Okay, everybody.
Yeah. Hi guys, hi lads and lasses. Welcome back to PJ Maybe's Let's Talk Geeky, and we have the usual suspects. So we've got Darren, Windology, Sadaku, and Jim, and me. So hi guys.
Hello.
So how's your week been this week? Anything fun happened?
I would say I managed to get some time.
Fun. I remember that.
I finally managed to get some time to sort out my streaming setup, if you want to call it that
more
way.
pictures as well.
Lovely.
So I had that. The camera angle is good. The lighting is, I'm still not happy with it, but it's decent enough considering where I started. So I'm happy with
you
that.
want to see you want to see bad. Look at my early stuff. Very blurred, a wee blurred camera that's pointing that way, so you see the back of my room, which is a bit of a mess. Yeah, I had to change all mine and get a better camera and better lighting, so you can see Mugly Mug.
I swear, one of these things that I just recently, they've been up for a couple of days now, but I swear one of these will fall down during the live stream because I didn't attach them well enough.
Yeah.
Just watch the stream. It will happen.
Yes, they just go thunk. Long as it's not the one at the side, you should be okay. You'll just get it in the head otherwise. So, well, I had a fun week, so I did, and I had a fun day today. Mini Comic Con, which was a surprise. I was shopping. Me and my wife went down to Ayr because she had a bit of work to do, and I was just charity shopping. She came in and says, "I saw a guy dressed the way you do normally dress." She normally calls him Iron Man, but it's just Red. So I went down, and there was a mini Comic Con. They called it a toy and comic show, but the guys that were actually outside in cosplay, basically just encouraging people to go in. They were saying it's a mini Comic Con. There was not many. There was about 10 tables, and they had toys, comics. Oh, they had loads of stuff. I had already spent a lot of my money, so I couldn't really get a lot. I got one or two wee things, but I definitely. It was nice.
But you can't go
I bumped into
that.
a friend. I put it on Twitter. It was the guy basically. I said he had huckled me. It's one of my friends who does a Judge Dredd. He's an Urban Jet Dredd, and I'd met him when I was at a Comic Con years ago, and bumped into him again today. So it was nice seeing him because I hadn't seen him for a few years because of the lockdown and no Comic Cons and such like. So,
that's nice.
Fun. I'll show you one of the things that I got at the Comic Con. Got it here, and it's out the box because it's such a beautiful model. The Phoenix.
Wow.
Nice.
It's just
very good.
Yeah, I mean, with the Phoenix at the back, it just basically in the box you can just literally see the wee bit at the front, but the model is just such a beautiful model that I had to take it out.
It was stunning.
I'll put it next to a bigger screen just so. Right, let's see. Do it that way. If I got it that way, is I done it right? Why did it not actually bounce into it? There you go. Yeah, it's not very blurry, clear, but it's a wee bit blurry. I've noticed if I go in too close with it, it gets blurry, but you can sort of see the setup of it. It's just a beautiful model, and it had to actually. It has to come out the box because the box you could just see the front and you really couldn't see all the flames and the Phoenix in the background. So I picked that up. I was just over the moon. There was a flash model as well, but it was like £50 So I decided, nope. But I picked up another wee model as well. Shazam!
Oh, wow.
Yay. Oh, Shazam!
I see Shazam.
That's a nice one.
I did like the movie when it came out, and I had picked that up. I was never a big Shazam fan.
You don't see many of those.
I have to admit, I wasn't a big fan of the comics, but the film was like,
the film was fun. So
And then it was DC as well, because they
Yes.
had literally like a slump going down. It was like,
Yes.
it's nothing really good. And suddenly this is coming out. And it's like, I literally had to flip through the leaf and going, is this
Yeah.
DC?
I think it was the difference between some of the other DC. It was just a fun movie. It was comic book Shazam.
Yeah.
And I did enjoy it. The part where the whole family became Shazams, I thought was a wee bit, but it wasn't. It didn't take you out of it. It still was a fun movie. Yes, there was one or two problems with it, but did it matter? It was just interesting.
Nope, not if you enjoyed it.
And that's the thing. It's you can have a few issues because most movies. How many movies can you see out there are actually 100% good? I mean, there's always wee bits and pieces you think, well, it could be better if they did this, or that bit doesn't make sense, or that takes you out. But that's a classic.
I wouldn't say so much it was to Shazam, but whatever the faults or like the minor glitches that I found with it that took me out of the story is more the fact that it told the hero's journey.
Yes.
He's a hero. He has responsibilities. Yes. Why should you like him?
Yeah.
And
the hero's journey.
Literally, his first responsibility, he fails.
Mm-hmm.
He fails his best friend.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
the
that for me
at the end makes up for that and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun, and the big difference is if suddenly somebody has been given powers, it's the practicing, the learning, I thought was just a good way of introducing the character.
Because I would say in Shazam, it's a higher level of learning because they don't know what he can do.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for instance, fire resistant. What you didn't know. I just thought that was fun. Yeah, I mean, they were finding out what would hurt him, what couldn't hurt him, and stuff like that beforehand. And I just thought it was a fun movie. I want to do a review of it one of these days, but I've got another 4 things for the next month to do, so I've got to be busy with that. So fingers crossed.
Greatest American Hero, PJ?
I've seen a couple of it. Yeah, I've seen a few of them. I've got a couple of episodes somewhere. So
that was a fun series.
I saw the first couple, and it was a case of effectively he got a suit he didn't have instructions for. And he was trying to pick, and I thought, I liked the idea behind that, because you think about, especially nowadays, you had something like that, they suddenly learn how to work it within hours, and it's just, the learning process is not fun. It reminded me of, you remember Heroes?
Yes.
Yeah. Wasn't it the first season was quite good. I liked the first season. The second season, I didn't like it, was Siler. Zachary Quinto. I liked his character. The only one I really liked in it. Yet all the characters I used to like, I disliked in the second season because it seemed to be out of character. But I liked the cheerleader the very first season, because effectively she was practicing to see what, how far she could go. So she would throw herself off a bridge. She would in front of cars, and she would just do all these things because to see what would happen. And you're sitting there thinking, really? I want to see if I'm immortal. Bang! No, you're not immortal. And then, it reminded me of Misfits. It was a UK superhero one. It was all chavs and petty criminals and the dregs of society. It got the powers and what they did with it. And there was one or two, the powers were just stupid. Like one of the girls, every time she touched someone, they became sexually aroused by her, shall we say. So she obviously never touched anyone. One of them was so convinced he had a superpower, but he was very mouthy, cheeky, rude, and everything. It turned out he did, but that is the the crux of the final episode of the first season. It went on for 5 seasons. I think the first 3 were good. 4 started going downhill, and 5 was rubbish. But it was fun, so it was as well. But it's not one you could sit watching with the kids because of the language, and there's no nudity in it, but there is a lot of sexual content and descriptions, shall we say. Just a bunch of chavs. And a chav, for anybody that doesn't know, is how would you describe a chav to someone in the States?
I have no idea, and I lived in this country for a long time. I know the concept.
It would be, without any offense to anybody, in a trailer, because I love trailers. One of my cousins had one, but there's a very off-color phrase called trailer trash, or
whiskey
something
tangles.
like that. So
my name is Earl.
You kind of might get a comparison there.
Yes, I suppose, yes. The whiskey tangles, as they called them in Generation Kill.
If you're Doctor Who fan, they're basically Sontarans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and MC's right. It was affected by the writer striking at the time. They had to rewrite season 2 and ruined it. Yeah.
Still, Heroes did
I've heard
carry
of that.
quite well. I will say, for the writer strike, it carried quite well through. But it lost a lot of mystery between season 1 and season 2.
That explains it then. Because Gwen and I, we liked that when it first started. We enjoyed it at the start, and then it just tailed away then, and we just lost interest, didn't we?
Yeah, it was good. It was good when it started.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Well, what was it? What was the tagline? Save the cheerleaders, save the world.
Yeah,
Need to save the world. And I liked it, I must admit. My daughter loved it. That's why I had sat down and watched it, because the idea of modern superheroes, and I thought, do you really want to?
Yeah, it was fun. It worked.
Interesting, and it worked. But as you said, the second season just went,
And we had a great crossing of the streams in one episode, because one episode featured Christopher Eccleston and George Takei in one episode. It was
that was cool.
Christopher Eccleston was the Invisible Man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what George Takei part he had in it.
he was some sort of villain, as I remember.
I think he was like connected to Hero somehow.
I think so. I think he was a businessman. Yes. So
It's been so long since I've seen it, but
He
I can
was
remember
trying to
George.
play
He was
more
sort of a villain.
truthful person, wasn't he? Like business person. I have money invested, therefore I'm doing this.
Yeah, he was pretty
Yeah.
ruthless.
And from
I
Eccleston,
remember that. But
they did a little nod to his history, because there was one line of dialogue he had. He said, "Oh, you're one of them. Fantastic." He had a little smile at that, didn't he?
Yeah. But I did like Heroes, and Misfits is a very similar. It's a UK similar idea. There's a storm, and people get affected by the storm, and it just so happened that a lot of chavs are basically they're on work. It's not work experience. It's basically they're on ASBO's, antisocial behaviour order. In effect, it's see the guys in the States where you see cleaning up the side of the motorways and stuff like that.
Yeah, the litter pickers and the
It's the ones that are basically doing it for community
service.
So in here, it's the same idea. People with ASBOs, and they're all young adults, or no kids. So they're
the title is apt. It's Misfits.
Misfits.
They didn't feel they fit into society, but it's because they had a reason to not really feel they belonged.
Yeah, they were all outcast for one reason or other. One of the guys was an athlete that I think he cheated, so he was ostracized. Another one was just somebody was mouthy. One of the girls was just There was so many of them. One of them was always a shy kid. He basically always was picked on because he was very mousy. One of the girls was the typical chav, very mouthy, just would say what she felt, what was on her mind. And the other girl was quite pretty, but she had, wouldn't say a bit of a temper, but she had issues with getting close to people. And it was all reflected in the powers they ended up with. And it was really good the first couple of seasons, and it's something I need to go back to. I've had picked up the DVD, so I've got them to go back to. But it's the same again. I've got too much homework. But
I'm hoping this week's pick of the week and everything will not pile onto your workload.
Well, at the moment, I'm still finishing last week's recommendations for one, and that was I've still got a review to do for Boss Level, and I did pick up a couple of new DVDs that I'm sitting there thinking, I'm going to have to put them aside because I want to watch them, but I'm still actually watching a couple of the ones that was recommended over the last couple of weeks. I managed to pick up one of them. I can't even remember what one it was, but because it's actually at the pile over there. And there's about 40 discs there, and that's my pile to watch in the next couple of weeks. So,
it's something I started collecting, joining this panel. It's the recommendations, the things you say, this is absolutely amazing. It is on my to-watch list. So this week for me is basically I've been crunching through because last week we talked a lot about audiobooks and everything. Mm-hmm. So I've been literally just like running through the current book that I'm listening to, which is the Terra Nova Chronicles.
Yeah.
But after that, I do have someone else that gave me a recommendation and say, if you like weird books, you should listen to Kafka on the Beach. And apparently, I know nothing about it, but it's supposed to be an individual that is Kafkaesque trapped in his own mind.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to see what it is. I have no clue what it is, but I'm looking forward to that. But after that, I think when your recommendation is the next one on the list, and unfortunately I don't have it on the computer, but I think it's one that you gave.
Thunderheart.
It might be because it is a film. It's not an audiobook. It's a film. So yeah. I think it's Thunderheart because it was recent, and I kind of put it high up because the way it was being described. It's like this is something I want to watch.
It's a very important film in my personal view because it really highlights a lot of what goes on out in that area of the US and some of the plight and some of the issues that are faced by Native Americans. So it's a great film anyway, just a great standalone film, and there's some wonderful comedic moments between Graham Greene, who plays Walter Crowhorse, a Sioux cop, and then Val Kilmer. Who's sort of he's got Indian blood in him, but he's sort of a slick city guy, and he doesn't really know that much about anything to do with his history, and he's kind of divorced himself from it. But there's a reason for that, so that all comes out in the movie. So it's really good.
Yeah, that's right. I've not come across it yet on Audible, but I've got about 6 things still on my list to download, and I will need to eventually buy extra credits, or else I'll have to wait 6 months to get them.
Well, I was just going to say that I had, if you recall, last episode, I had 4 credits. I now have 0 credits. Yeah. The books are on the list. They will be listened to. Yeah. But it's like, I felt so comfortable. I had 4 credits. It's like I can get any 4 books I want to. No problem. Now I have no credits,
There you
and September 24th is the next time I get the new credit or something.
Yeah. This is what I'm listening to just now, my Audible. And if chins could kill, Confessions of a B movie actor.
Hey,
Bruce.
I'm re-listening to that. I love Bruce, and I've also got his other one, basically the Hail to the Chin. So that's the two I'm listening to, that and that thing, because I finished the Red
it's
Dwarf.
narrated by him as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and he talks. He even gives you updates to when the book was written compared to when he was on the Audible. So he'll mention things like it says this in the book, but this is actually, we found this out afterwards, and he'll put occasionally emails he's had from people in part of the in the Audible as well. So. And then if there's any diagrams or pictures, he'll describe what the diagram's saying or what the picture's saying. So he basically just he's reading it, but he's also adding to it. So yes. So I do like them, but there is. I'm trying to find. Hold on, it's typical. There's my Better Than Life one. I've got the Blake 7. I've got 2 volumes of that to listen to as well. And I've got to finish my Art Royal, which I'm only at book 8, and I've still got the rest of it to finish. And it's just, there's too many. Even this, that's the one I was telling you about, Jim.
Yeah, that's what ate up my credits, because you sent me quite a few on Twitter.
Yes.
It was like, okay, I'm getting this and this and this, and it's like,
yes,
I have no more credits.
This one here. Everyone loves large chests. Morningwood. That is a fun Dungeons and Dragon-ish type with a twist. I just listened to it thinking, because I've been listening to one called Red NPCs, and it's just a load of guys sitting in a bar. They're the NPCs, and the adventurers come in, and they basically die. So it goes back to the table where the guy's doing it's called Spell, Swords and Sorcery they're playing. So he's explaining why all the characters die, and then it goes back to the game, and all the NPC characters are sitting there looking at all the dead bodies and worried that they're on the quest for a mad king who kills anybody. It will destroy the town if anybody who works for him gets harmed. So they hide the bodies and they take up those adventurers' role and go. So it's effectively the real world and the world there. And it's in these there's stones that they find that interact. It causes the interaction, because the people in that world find it weird that these adventurers, when they turn up, monsters and all that appear, and it's because of the games creating them. It's really good. And it's NPC. So I got this one called Morningwood, and it is a funny version of that. But it doesn't. It starts off with this level 1 adventurer going through the dungeon.
I'm not intending to be cheeky here, but I do see the search term. Everybody loves large chests. How did you really come across this?
Yes,
I'm just curious about the thought process behind.
Get out of that one.
There is bits and pieces in this that even I was surprised that they went into that type of detail. So it's not for kids, this book. But it basically, the description of it is a case of a Dungeons and Dragons type world with a twist. Right? So the adventurer, I'll just tell you the very first, the setup of it is... So the level 1 adventurer, you're following him, and he goes into this room, and there's a chest. A treasure chest, this large treasure chest, and he goes, great, maybe I'll be able to upgrade my equipment or get some gold so I can buy new equipment. And as he goes to get it, the chest is a mimic and eats him, and it's all about the chest, not him. So you think it's going to be about this adventurer, his learning curve, and it's actually all about the mimic, the chest, and it's about its gaining levels and stuff like that within the world, because the world plays like a Dungeons and Dragons game. It is so funny. There is a couple of bits in it. And even I thought it went a wee bit too much, but ignoring, even I skip past those bits because I know they're just usually a chapter about that. But it's all incorporated within the story, and it's actually, I can understand where they went there, but it's typical. Sometimes these writers don't know where to actually stop when they're being descriptive, shall we say. You know what it's like. Some of these, they'll go, and it's a really good part of the story. Then they either slow it down because they're too busy explaining something that they think isn't vital, and other ones where they'll go into things a bit too much detail because they're thinking this is the type of audience we're playing to, and you're sitting there thinking that one part of the audience thinks that's great, but everybody else thinks it's a wee bit weird. There was one called D20. It was the same idea, and I stopped reading it because I think the guy was aiming at a teenage boy, so he kept explaining a lot more sexual detail than I thought was necessary within the realm they were doing. And I thought he's gearing that at teenage boys. Yeah, the language in it and stuff like that was definitely no for kids. So it was one of those ones I thought he's got the wrong idea of how he wants to present it. So the D20 is, initially it's a good premise, but if you're looking for something like that, NPC, there's 4 books in that series, and that is absolutely fantastic, which led me to the Morningwood series, which is funny. So it is. So, Jim, if you've got the Morningwood stuff, it is funny. But also NPCs, another great series of books. I'm trying to remember. Well, see, it's Jeff Hayes does the Morningwood stuff. And because the second book is Fizzlebrook, it's basically, there's some fun stuff in it. And then the NPC ones, I'm trying to see. I've got all my autobiographies to read again. I listened to Tom Baker at 80, an interview with him. That was really good. I listened to that 2 weeks ago, just before I started. Actually, 4 weeks ago, just before I started the Red Dwarf stuff. But to Siege Tactics by Roger Wayne. It's basically, he did 4 books, and there's 4 books in the NPC. It's called Spells, Swords and Sorcery series. Sorry, Spells, Sword and Stealth series. It's basically Dungeons and Dragons. There's 4 books at the moment. NPCs, Split the Party, Going Rogue, and Siege Tactics, and each one is better than the last. So that's my recommendation for audiobooks, and or if you want to read them, I would assume they're just as good. And we're not even into actual recommendations. Sidetrack, come back. So there you go. That's what I've been reading. So hail to the chat.
We've got some people in the chat. Hail MC, hi Wookie Fever, and hello Agent Decibel.
Hi Agent Decibel, that's a new name in the chat. Say it again, Brent.
Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Yep, and we've got Lord Nyman. He was in the chat earlier. So so he was. Yes, thanks for joining us. And we do sidetracks, especially when somebody doesn't trip up my mouth to stop it going. It's basically, I'm a bit of a gab. I think
just a wee bit.
I'm saying nothing.
Yeah. So what else has anybody else been doing?
Well, I'll give the most boring update. Unfortunately, work has been swamping me this week. I was extremely lucky, so I have had a bigger haul than normal from the charity shops than usual, but it was literally because I ran out this morning. As soon as I knew they were open, I was just running around them, and I went into a shop that I've been curious about, which I may or may not reveal later because I haven't really opened it, but I spent a fortune in there. because it's something I've always been curious about. The presentation of it has always been amazing, but when you started playing or getting involved, it's been, really? Is this what you have?
That's intriguing. I wonder what it is.
Well,
Yeah,
if you poke me a little bit later when it comes to the presentation, I may show you, because it will involve a lot of work from my side to get it done.
we will remember. Write that one down.
Yes, that will also go on the list.
Don't tell him, Pike.
Excellent.
I'm just trying to I'll show you a wee bit of what happened today. Folder location. And yeah. So I'll show you this. This is what I was talking about, the mini Comic-Con today, right?
How cool is that? That's just...
Where is it?
Love to stumble on one of those.
What's happened there? Something's happened on my screen. Can you actually share? That's what it is. That's what it is. And share. See if that works. There you go. That is basically me when I did a Comic-Con 6 years ago. 6 years ago?
Hey.
Yeah, 6 years ago. So that was me. I'd made my costume. And I'd bumped into Judge Burns here.
Yeah.
And he's actually from the same location. He's basically just along the road from me. So I got to talk to him, and we've met up at a couple of different Comic-Cons, and met him today after 3 years. And as I said,
cool.
I got huckled. So basically, it was nice to see him, and bumped into him with his son, and his son has done cosplay before as Judge Death. So that's my dog, that whining, by the way. He's sitting there.
I was just wondering, what is this dying sound in the background?
It's because he's not getting attention. Thank you.
Oh.
So,
hello,
baby.
Just actually,
hello there.
Quiet.
He's looking.
What is this? What is all this? What's going on?
This problem as well.
Hey, and the other one.
Hey.
Wonderful.
Hello, babies.
Lovely.
I know what the problem is. I bought them toys today when I was out shopping, and it's typical. One of them always likes a particular toy, so I got him that, and the other one, usually, I can't be bothered with toys unless the other one's got it. So they
yeah.
And the two of them actually keep putting the toy they've got down and try to get the other one's toy, who won't let him get it and run away. But as soon as he walks away, he'll go and get that toy, and he'll go and steal that toy, and then they'll constantly moan. So one of them's got a toy, and the other one's sitting there going, and that's what he's waiting for. So when Benji came up to actually look at the camera, Buddy went over and nicked the toy. That's why he stopped whining. They're worse than kids, I'm telling you. Bad dogs.
No, I wouldn't say it's bad dogs. It's whether you're a cat or a dog person, and I've literally been split 50-50.
Yeah.
Each and every single animal that has been in my life, they have their own personality.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, they do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had 2 cats, and both of them were nutcases as well. One used to sleep. One used to. At the middle of the night, the two of them would chase each other around the whole house, over my face and everything.
That's
how it works.
When it comes to cats, there's a funny joke I heard once. I don't know where it comes from, but it literally goes, there is no snooze button on a cat that wants breakfast.
No.
Yes.
No.
But my cats literally would lie about all day, and as soon as I went to bed, they would chase each other around the whole house, which included my bed They would run right over my face and
Oh,
chase
yeah.
each other. So that was for an hour and a half at middle of the night.
Yeah.
And it's, even if I shut the door and shut them out, it was meow, meow. Oh no.
Yeah.
So basically, but the funny thing was,
I wish it was as simple with the cats that I have had in my life
Yeah.
that they learned how to open doors, even
No, but
even
my door was-
doorknobs.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like,
no, my door basically was one that actually was quite a stiff, clicky door. So it was, but even at that, they just used to sit outside and whine at 2:00 in the morning and meow, as if they're locked out of the house. No. But even when they lay down and relaxed, one would curry into me there on top of the cover so I couldn't get moving, and the other one would sit at the bottom corner of the bed and stare at me the whole night. But
Yes,
the funny
this
thing
is
was,
very typical behaviour.
yeah, very typical.
Yes.
But the funny thing was, I'd ended up in hospital for a week. So my nephew was up looking after the cats. He would come up, feed them, and go away again, just to make sure, because they were house cats. So we'd come up, feed them, make sure it was all clean and stuff like that. And we'd do that 2 or 3 times a day. See, the day I got out of hospital, straight to my bed, went to sleep, and I woke up and I nearly had a heart attack. The cat, it normally slept here, had crawled underneath and was curried up. It was the other one, the one that slept at the bottom corner of my bed. I woke up and it was there. And I
Yeah.
just opened my eyes and he's just literally right there staring at me. And I nearly had a heart attack. I think I sounded like that. We just opened my eyes. I didn't even know. I just sat there and I just opened my eyes and there's the cats right in my
They're like,
face.
where have you been, Dad? Yeah.
Basically, I had it in there, basically. I'm telling you, I sounded as if I was squealing like a cat for just as I woke up. But,
Roscoe,
that's
we have a big tuxedo boys, kind
yes,
of like a Maine
off
Coon
the
type
shelf,
cat.
off the shelf,
Yeah.
off the shelf. Uh-huh.
He almost took Darren out a couple of days ago. That was exciting.
Yeah.
we recall that one.
Yeah. He hit the bookcase next to Darren so hard. He came in like a lunatic. So fast you couldn't even really see him. He hit the bookcase so hard, climbed the bookcase like something out of the Matrix, tried to get to the top, lost his footing, grabbed onto Lucille, which is the replica baseball bat from The Walking Dead, which I have on the top of the bookcase, sent that flying, and it nearly missed Darren and nearly took the whole bookcase down with him. But, that's Roscoe.
So
That-
basically,
that's what people forgetting, that cats are still killing machines.
Yeah, Roscoe definitely is. Roscoe is like, what's the Pink Panther movies?
Kato.
yes,
Kato. We call him Kato.
Not
He does stuff like that.
I got my final book for my the final DVD for my Pink Panther collection, The Return of the Pink Panther, because I got the box set,
Brilliant.
but the box set
That's
was
one of the
one
great
missing
ones.
because it was done from a different studio.
Yeah,
And
we probably got the same.
Really,
box
I
set
had the
then.
same issue. I had to buy that separately. Yeah,
yes, it turned up on Friday, so I was a happy chap.
but
Which
it's
is
worth
still
it, 'cause
another
that's
one
one of the
to
best ones.
Yes. But then again, anything with Peter Sellers, the only Pink Panther movie I didn't like was the Steve Martin ones.
Oh no, thank you. I
Never
can't
seen it.
even.
Never seen it. There's
I
only
can't
one
even
Crusoe.
look at those. No.
See,
Nothing
the
against
two
Steve
movies
Martin.
I like Steve Martin's. I like the
Yeah, me.
Jerk. I've even liked the one with they did the remake. It was Cheaper by the Dozen. I like the original Cheaper by the Dozen, but his remakes were okay. But
He was good in stuff like I might misremember it, but I think he was in the Three Amigos.
he was the Three Amigos,
Yes.
The Man with Two Brains, things like that. He was good.
Yeah.
But the Bilko and the Pink Panther, no.
You
No.
roasted her 9s.
Yeah, but he's but definitely, as MC says, he's that you like Steve Martin, but he's no Peter Sellers, but he's
No.
also no Phil Silvers either.
Oh my God, yeah.
The Bilko one was absolutely as bad as his Pink Panther stuff. He just can't do it.
Speaking of-
Do his own stuff. Don't try and be somebody else.
I just thought of the film. When you said Phil Silvers, I think he's in it. It's called "It's a Mad, Mad, Mad,
Oh yeah,
Mad
it's
World."
a mad world with
That
Mickey Rooney.
is
And-
one of the funniest films I have ever seen. I can remember my mom and I watched that decades ago, and we were literally crying, absolutely crying, laughing, watching that.
I loved the bit when there's 7 of them standing round talking about divvying up the money or the treasure they find, and Phil Silvers is giving it the right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and somebody goes, "Hey, you counted yourself twice." He says, "No, I did that. I was counting him twice because he found it." And basically, it was what even in that he was actually still wanting to do it. But I love Phil Silvers. I love Bilko, and I've not got the set.
He was another genius for sure.
It's kind of expensive. Yes, he was. He actually, even the Carry On movies he was in, they were difficult to get him in because nobody would insure him because of his medical health. So in effect, he basically took the chance because they couldn't insure him medically. They had to say to him, "If you come on, there's nothing. If anything happens, there's nothing we can do because nobody will insure you." That's why he never had a big part. He only had small parts in the movies. But he did follow that camel, carry on, follow that camel, and stuff like that.
That's right. I remember that one.
So, but yeah, Phil Silvers he was just classic. And you know why he started his Bilko with it's because he didn't want to learn all the lines. So initially, in the scripts, it basically was and all that left, right, but he didn't want to learn that, so he just came up with and all that, and it's just that's how he just continued with it because they thought it was funny. It was the type of thing Bilko would do. So, but yeah, I love Bilko as well. But then again, I'm old. I'm allowed to actually remember all the black and white stuff.
That's right. Classic. You're not old.
Yeah, I'm not old. I'm classic. I'll need to get my T-shirt on one of these days. I'll do that. I'll wear my "I'm not old. I'm classic" T-shirt for Wednesday.
You seriously need now that. Congratulations, you surpassed the 100 subscriber mark. But
yes,
you need to have the T-shirt. I'm not old, I'm classic.
Oh, no, I've already got a T-shirt. That's why I started using that phrase because I was at a Comic-Con. So you're talking about 3 years was the earliest, and somebody was selling T-shirts. "I'm not old, I'm retro," and I said to him, "I says I love that." I says I just don't like the retro. Could you put classic on it? He says, "Well, I couldn't do it today." So I gave him a card and I says, I'm quite happy to pay for it just now, and you email me when it's ready. And actually, I says you can even post it to my work address. And he goes, "I'm okay with that. You are if you trust me to do it." I says, "Well, I've bought T-shirts from you for the last 3 years at these Comic-Cons, so if I don't get it, I'll be here next year." And
I will give this hint to anyone that hasn't understood that. There is a lot of merchants. Yes, stuff are overpriced. It's very generic sometimes. But if you really talk to them and say, "Hey, I would like this T-shirt. I would like this kind of print," because I would have to admit, if there's anything I do collect more than anything else, is T-shirts with a funny comment on them.
Yeah.
But it is talking to them, engaging with them, and they say, "Oh, okay, we can fix this. It will be a one-off. Might be instead of our generic T-shirt, it was like £5, say £9 for a convention show because they want to make the money."
Yeah, because they're having to
But
pay
if they're asking, if you're asking them, they will say, "Okay, 10, 12 quid, maybe." Because it doesn't cost them too much, so they will be able to do it for you.
Yeah. So I got the T-shirt, and it basically, "I'm not old, I'm classic." Got it 2 months. They posted out to me, and basically, anytime I'm at the stalls, the first thing I do is go back to the guy. "Actually, did the stuff for me. So anytime I go into Comic Cons, if he's there, if I want a T-shirt, I'll check his stall out first to see if he's got what I want. If he's not, then I'll go somewhere else. But I always check him out first because he actually gave me stuff that I wanted, and he was quite happy to print me one. So
I'm going to actually play a weird angle here, if I'm allowed. It was supposed to be considered sad that you were one of those guys going to the cons, getting a sign up and everything. But a couple of years later, you're bringing along your mainstream friends, also interested in it, but never been brave enough to admit it. And you are on a first name basis with literally all the vendors, and even some of the celebrities remembers your name when you step up and say, "Hey, could you sign this, please?" And they go, "Oh, yep. I remember you. You're Jim." And I go, "Yep, guilty as charged." Yeah, and my friends are just going, "Really?" It's like I wanted it on autograph, and I want. Yeah. So,
and it's the same again when you actually talk to someone about their unusual roles, or an early role, or a role that either they did after the program they were in, it made them famous, or before the program they were in. Like for instance, when I was speaking to Sylvester McCoy, they didn't talk about Doctor Who. I was dressed as Tom Baker, and basically I talked to him about Ramsay Nesbitt and other stuff that he'd been in before Doctor Who and the Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. Keisha she was in Star Wars, didn't talk to her about Star Wars, or Mickey Johnson. It's that type of thing. Even Sophie Aldridge, I was talking to her, she was the one that recommended a podcast to me. So she did, because I'd seen her about 3 years in a row. And I'd got an Ace picture from a guy in our stall, and I was telling her about it, and she says, well, the second time I'd seen her, I'd said to her last year, but she was away by the time I'd got it. I'd got the picture of her with the bazooka and a Dalek burning in the back. She says, "That's really interesting. Have you got it with you?" I said, "No." She says, "Well, you're here usually every year. Bring it with you." So next year, I'd actually taken it out of the frame, rolled up, and then I unrolled it. She signed it for me. And she says, "That one you were telling me about, it's only because I was chatting to her about other stuff." And it's, you're right. They basically, they remember people.
It's got to be quite refreshing for them, to be able to talk about some of their other roles as well.
Yes.
So it must be fun for them.
Yep. Even Chris Barry, when I was chatting to Chris Barry, we were talking about Red Dwarf, but we were also talking about British. We were talking about Spitting Image and stuff like that. And Norman Lovett, Christ, I had actually bumped it. I was talking to him. I didn't talk to him for about an hour. And even when other people come up for an autograph, he says, step aside a minute. So he'd do that and chat to them. And then when they were away, I would grab them again. And we were talking about a lot of stand-up, because I'd actually seen it all when I was because he was always on the circuits and stuff like that. And he was always on the TV programs with a lot of the alternate comedians and stuff like that. And then that's what I was saying. We used to chat about that. He's such a nice guy to just sit and chat to. And it's people actually just have this impression, because he's got this very droll type of sense of humour, that's the type of thing he is. But he's just so interesting. And I just love chatting to this audience. Yes, if it's a programme I'm really interested in. So yes, I did talk to Sylvester McCoy about Doctor Who. However, not as much as I talk to him about other stuff. If you've ever seen Ramsay Nesbitt, the episode with Sylvester McCoy in it, his characterization is absolutely beautiful.
Definitely
he just plays his son, his brother, who is agoraphobic, a wee bit nuts. It's probably the easiest way to describe it. And he just plays it in such a way that you could actually believe it. He actually just came out of a loony bin and actually was walking down the street, and they just brought him in to actually do the shot, because he's just such a great character actor. and I just gabbed him about that. And it's, but Rapsy Nesbitt and Sylvester McCoy, if you put the two of them in a search in YouTube, you might find it. But it is, it's the whole episode is great, but there is a couple of bits and pieces, clips wise.
I used to watch that, but I can't remember him being in it. Long time ago, though.
The one I remember was when Bradley Nesbitt got stabbed in the back by his wife, and he was in hospital, and his mate had been stabbed by his wife as well.
Yeah, that was Jamesy Cotter and Ella.
That's right.
Because Ella came out with some of the best, so she did. Yeah, I mean, I love Rapsy Nesbitt. I basically grew up in it, and there was even one when they went to Spain, and Rab was the typical. He had the newspaper. I'll tell you, boy. I'll tell you, and he was always the local pub's politician. I'll tell you, boy. These government officials, and all this, and they were doing it. And there was one he went to Spain on holiday from his gyro. He used his gyro to go to Spain. And he's basically sitting there, and he's got this thing with the rooftop patio. In Spain, the flats had the balcony on the top, so you went upstairs, and the roof was your sitting area. It wasn't a veranda as such. And he's standing there, and he hears this wee Spanish guy, and he turns around, and there's a wee Spanish guy with a string vest on, the bandage on his head, the same as Rab. So Rab's standing there, and he's summer gear, which is effectively a string vest, a bandage, and his trousers, and he's got a newspaper. I'll tell you, boy, and this is wee Spanish guy. The same idea, string vest, the trousers and the bandage, and I heard speak to him in Spanish, and the two of them are obviously saying the same stuff. And even that, it was just a less than 5 minute scene of the two of them just finding themselves. It was, but they couldn't understand each other, but they knew what each other was saying. It was funny as hell. Rapsy Nesbitt, what can I say?
Brilliant. I see Fit to Be Red is here. Hello, welcome.
Yes,
thanks
hi.
For coming back.
Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
So, I know MC says, not Brian Young does a great Rapsy Nesbitt impression. He does. Yes, he's got the right Scottish brogue for Rab, whereas I don't. I don't have an accent, so.
Well, no. Everybody else does.
Yes, exactly. No matter what people say, even when I join a stream and they ask me to say, I can't take it anymore, Captain. It's nothing to do with Star Trek. That's Scotty. He's not got a Scottish accent. He's got a Canadian accent.
Yes, he was Canadian.
Yes. He's one of the only people from Star Trek that actually went into space. When he
was it
away,
his ashes? That was lovely.
His ashes were launched into space.
That was really magic. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and then he basically, you notice his finger. He's a missing finger. He lost that on D-Day. He was wounded on, I think it was Omaha Beach. Yeah. And basically lost his finger. So he basically landed on D-Day and he was wounded 3 times. And so there you go. A true hero. And
he
then
was
he
indeed.
actually got his wish. He got his ashes into space. The only man from Star Trek that has actually reached space.
Yeah. He was a lovely man. I got to meet him a few times over the years.
So lucky. He's
lovely.
But then again, being over in Scotland, not many people come over. And if they do, it's usually to the big cons in London and Birmingham and stuff like that.
Yeah, James Stewart used to come to a lot of the East Coast cons, and I'm sure he did plenty of West Coast cons as well in the States. But he was always on the East Coast doing cons every single year during the 80s, early 90s. He would always come out, so it was really nice to see him every time he would come around.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. That's what we missed over here because the cons there weren't really anything over here in maybe the last 10 years is when they started.
I miss conventions. I used to love going to the cons.
Because I always remember reading about them, and I always thought, when are they going to have one over here? But anytime they had them, they were always down in London or whatever, and they were just too far to travel. And when I could travel, I had a family, or young kids, and I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can. Nobody comes over. They have Comic-Cons, or they had Comic-Cons before the world actually started going into freefall. But
if you're going to be brutally honest, someone that lived and still lives very near London, it's not really worthwhile going to it because it's so big. There is too many people. You do not get your seconds, even if it's like 15 seconds, but you don't even get that in the Comic-Con. This is literally like, if you've seen Galaxy Quest, where Nesbitt is getting pissed off because some people have slagged him off in the loo room, in the gents, and he's just going, sign. That's pretty much what, unfortunately, the big cons are, which is why I love going to the smaller cons, because you get a couple of seconds with them, and that's where you really learn. And one of my greatest and fondest memories is Sam Jones and Brian Blessed meeting up for the first time in like 40 years. And they're sitting and chatting with each other, and all the fans are literally backing off. It's like, let them have that moment. Let them chat with each other. After they had a quick catch-up, it probably lasted a good half an hour or something. After that, it was like photographs, hugs, everything. But I would never expect that from London Comic-Con.
Even the Glasgow Comic-Cons, when they've had some extremely big names, the queues have been that big that they've had to actually basically block how many people can actually stand in the queue because the queues were getting that big. So they were giving out numbers at one point. So anybody with ticket number 7 come up this hour, ticket number 8 this hour, and that type of thing. And then nobody else was allowed anywhere near. And it was literally in, signing out. And they didn't have a chance because my daughter wanted to meet, is it James Matheson, Spike from Buffy?
James
Masters. That's it. I keep on saying Matheson. I don't know why. Masters. And
he was brilliant as Spike, though. He really was.
He was, aye. Basically, she wanted that, and the time frame we got, I had already had a pictures to be taken at that time. So my other daughter went up to get the thing, and she literally said, "Hello, sign it to," and that was it. So that's it. He just basically took it, signed it, and handed it.
It feels quite impersonal, doesn't it?
Yes, but it's the same as is it Peter Mayhew? Who played Dewey? Was it Peter Mayhew?
Peter Mayhew, yeah.
He was at Comic-Con, and although the autographs were 60 quid each, and literally people were saying they were in, he signed it and out. He just asked their name, signed it, and away. And they were asking people prior to it to actually write their names down, so he could look at the paper and just write it rather than actually asking them and ask them to check the spelling and stuff like that. So it didn't take any longer. So people were actually.
I've had it going to Comic-Cons too. Literally, you're writing your name down on a piece of paper, you're handing it up to the assistant, and he's like running ahead. It's like pre-printed. You walk up, you get the photographs, it's signed, and you walk off. And it's the reason I do go to a Comic-Con is I like to have, even if it's just 15 seconds worth of banter.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I come there, because I want to see what fun stuff do you have. And still to this date, my best is Andy Serkis. And it was really a production line, even with him. But because I had the One Ring, because you could get the really cheap replicas around your neck, and he jumped out of his chair and just go like, "My precious." And it was like, whoa. But before then, I had never connected that Gollum's voice is his voice. I thought it was digitally distorted. I thought there had to be some background production. No, it was his voice.
Yeah.
And that made me come up to him and sign it, and was like, even if it was just like 10 seconds, like,
yeah, but that was quite a nice personal moment, wasn't it?
Yeah. The best one I've had for an autograph or anything is Katie Manning. She would not let anybody actually away from the table without chatting to them.
She's magic.
She is just magic, because I'd already met her to get the picture, and because she said to me, "If you've been down to get, have I met you?" I says, "No." I says, "I like getting a picture so I can get that autograph rather than just an autograph then a picture separately." And she says, "It's a good idea, very practical." So when I came down, she was chatting to me about it, and she dinged me. She said, and I says, my friend was meant to be here. She really missed being here because I think she was in the process of moving. She couldn't make it, and she says, "Do you want another picture?" And so she basically took a picture. Do you? And basically just pointed out to the picture. Well, she's giving me a hug. I thought, superb. I got 2 hugs.
Oh, very nice.
She is just.
She is a sweetheart.
The Stuart kept saying to people, "You can't come in. We have to stop there." Miss Manning, could you? And nope. People have paid to see me. People will talk to me and see me. So anybody come up, she would come round, get a photo with them, chat to them.
Yeah,
that was it. She basically one of the nicest. She was driving the Stuarts crazy, and I loved every minute. Yes, but she is one of the nicest people I've ever met at the cons. There's been one or two. I must admit, I've never gone up to a table where somebody's been grumpy. And I think that's because a lot of the ones I like are classic stuff. People, so they basically the old school, the fans, and basically they know the fans are the people who get them where they are. Whereas my niece went up to meet someone, and she came back and she just did not look happy. And it was, I was there. What's your name? Right, okay. And that was it. She said she didn't even smile. Billy Piper did not like Billy Piper. She basically felt as if the money she spent, she was basically just not even a smile, acknowledgement. She could have actually just put anything in front of her, and it would have.
That's a shame. Yeah,
and that's a big shame. But I can understand if you are someone that is a really, really big name, you're well known. And yes, you're turning up to one of these things. It's like, I'm going to have to sign 2,000 autographs today.
Yeah.
But there's only, what is it? Like 1,368 minutes a day. Well, I'm trying to do the maths in my head. But
you're cutting out.
You're literally signing an autograph every 30 seconds. In a 24-hour period. But let's face it, you need 8 hours of sleep. You need an hour for breakfast and blah, 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 blah. You should get half an hour for lunch. Now you're signing an autograph every 15 seconds.
Yeah, but I must admit, I'm a sorry, tough. You knew what you were getting into, and you're there to make money. So if you're taking someone's money, a smile's not going to kill you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's
Robert. I'll give you an example, right? Chris Barry and Robert Picardo. met both of them with my daughter, my youngest. Like, fair enough, she was an adult, but still my daughter. Anyway, Robert Picardo. She spotted him when he was getting escorted across to where he was going to sign, and she went like that, and she was staring at him, and he stopped, waved to her, and walked on, and she was basically gobsmacked. And then when we went to get the autograph, we went to get the picture first, and she's standing there, and she says to me, "You stand at his back," because we were standing beside him, but he says, "Oh," and he turned his back to me, so he was standing with her, and I was at the back. And he just basically, she says, "You stand at that side," and he basically just looked at me as if to say, "You're that tough," and he just turned his back at me, and he actually just concentrated on my daughter. So I'm in the picture, but I'm standing at the back. And I just thought, there you go, that 2 wee second things made her day, and it didn't take him any longer just to be that wee bit nice. And that to me is a true star.
Those moments make all the difference. They really do.
It does. Same as when we went to see Chris, because the two of us were dressed as Rimmer, although I was senior and she was junior. So we've got our own names on our badge, and I was senior technician, she was junior technician. So the two of us are sadgets, the two of us were dressed the same. And because it was my daughter, she was it. But he loved that. And he goes, he says, "I like the play on the difference just for the sample." And it didn't get another one. It said second technician. So it was senior technician and junior technician. And he liked that wee different tweak. Mm-hmm. So he basically was chanting, and he says, "So did he drag you up to watch this?" And, "No, I've been watching it since I've been grown up watching it because he was watching it." And then we got the pictures with him. So we came in, he smiled at him, guess it was you again. and then we went to the talk, and he gave her a salute. As soon as I stood up to tag me, she stood up as well to ask him a question. And he goes, "Oh, the senior and junior technician," and gave her a salute. And she was over the moon.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And to me, there you go. It doesn't take any time out of his day and the extra because he was answering questions. So something wee silly things like that. And that's, to me, the star. And these guys are spending...
Not only that, and I'm sorry to jump in, that's how you make a fan of a franchise.
Yes. That's exactly it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of the earlier actors, particularly for Trek, knew that, and they were just, they weren't, whatever feeling they had about their roles privately, and you still got the impression that they were always grateful and always really appreciative of those roles and how popular they became. But there was always a smile, there was always a real genuineness. And a lot of the original actors, Mark Leonard, James Doohan, Nichelle, Grace Lee Whitney, Walter Koenig, and George all came at different times, over the years, and they were all absolutely lovely. Mm-hmm. Looked into your face, but again, these were smaller cons then. These would have been like in the 80s. They looked into your face. They, asked what your name was. They signed the photograph or whatever it was you were having signed. And I used to take my Star Trek compendium, which was like a softcover large format book with all of the episodes. It's like a big episode guide. Yeah. And I managed to get everyone, with the exception of Shatner and Nimoy, managed to get all their autographs on the inside of it and everything. And it still brings me such a lovely feeling when I look at it, because I think, I remember he looked into my eyes and he said, "Hiya," and he talked to me, and it just makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah. It is, because Christopher Judd, Teal'c from Stargate, right? I'm a big Stargate fan, right? But my daughter likes Christopher Judd as well. She loves him. So that's my youngest daughter again, the geek. But
no, still, even Christopher Judge, he did the classic Star Trek. He went on to direct Star Trek episodes. Stargate episodes.
The Stargate, aye. But the thing is, right, there was I had a Red Dwarf. I made a bag, the GC bag, for my friend. I also made one for my daughter. But I went to the Comic-Con, and instead of getting it signed to my daughter, I got it signed to me by mistake. So anytime she gets up, we were going up, and she couldn't make the Comic-Con. She wanted his autograph, and she says to me, "Make sure it's to me, not to you." Right? The thing is, Christopher Judd, the queues were enormous. You had to get a ticket to allocate a time, but he would say, "Sorry, can't spend too much time. You can see the size of the queue. What do you want me to write in it?" Simple wee thing, and I says, "My daughter wants to make sure it's signed to her, so it's her name, not mine, because I've got a habit of doing that." And he goes, "Really?" So he signed it to my daughter's name and says, "Not for your dad," and handed it to us. And she's over the moon, because now she can say, "Well, you might have got the JC bag done by Robert Llewellyn to you rather than to me. At least I've got a Christopher Judd one known it's no you." And he basically he took the couple of seconds just to listen, and he just wrote it down, and he actually says, "Not for your dad." And she was over him. And he was busy, but he was apologising because he couldn't spend time with people. Because he knew.
Yeah, but just that alone just says so much about him, you know?
Yeah. But that's the thing, is a lot of the problem is as well, who was the one that played what do you call her? Billy Piper's mother, the one that played the mother.
Camille.
Oh, Camille.
Camille Conroy, something like that.
Yeah. I had my niece there, and she was good. So she was dressed as Amy Pond with all the straps and she was getting around getting her autographs. That was the one that didn't like Billy Piper, but the one that played Camille was there. And she was going around and basically she was chatting to her, and she says, "I would love to get your autograph, but I've just not got the money." And I says, "Don't worry, I've got your money." So I went over to pay, and she says, "Come here." And she came over, gave her a cuddle, and says, "Take a picture as well before they come back."
Oh, that was nice.
That was really nice. And she was chatting to her as she was signing it, and basically, well, there was other people waiting. Well, there was people coming backwards and forwards. There wasn't a big enormous queue, but she was constantly getting people coming up to the table, and she was just chatting to her because she felt it's almost a case of she heard that the people further along the table had made her unhappy. She was just out of her way, and I thought very few people who are modern stars actually take the time to actually make a fan, as it were. And I thought that was really nice. So yeah, I was over the moon. I was quite happy to pay to get the autograph for, even though I was not a big fan of the new stuff. It's different.
I agree with that, and I don't want to cast shade on any of the newer actors. Shall we say, Mary Jane in Spider-Verse or whatever you want to call it. But I do not think, not that they would not want to, but I think it's a concept that is lost on them. It is, I took over a really well-loved character. I was really miscast because Hollywood decided that because I have skin color, tone X, Y, Z, or gender X, Y, Z, they don't have the appreciation that, okay, you took over the role of something that I've loved for, say with Spider-Man. I've loved Spider-Man for the last 45 years of my life, pretty much before I could walk. But for me, Spider-Man is an amazing universe, and if a character comes in and takes over a role, I mean, even the latest lady to play Aunt May, she is not Aunt May because Aunt May is she's a
child. Exactly.
Yeah, she's a child, but I think this woman is hot as hell. She's gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous. But that was never what Aunt May was. But however, if she turned up on a convention and just like blasé ignored any of the fans, I would just go, really?
Why exactly? Why go to a convention if you don't want to speak to people?
Well, there's the
Sorry, Sadaki, what did you say?
I was just going to say. I mean, what about when will there come a day when Jodie starts going to conventions? I mean, she does.
In all fairness, they'll not be sci-fi conventions; they'll be Broadchurch conventions.
Yeah.
See where we're actually on the classic Star Trek.
Oh,
Excellent.
That's lovely.
It's life, Jim, but not as we know it.
You sure?
Yep.
Oh. I can't wait. Oh, Khan.
It's Khan Union Singh, Montalban.
Yes.
Ricardo Montalban.
Or should
My
we say
favourite Star Trek film.
Good.
Okay.
They had other ones, but
Looks like the dress uniform.
Yes.
it is. But they had them as an admiral. There's actually tribbles in this one as well. So there is. You can see the tribbles at the side. But basically, they had other ones. They had Kirk and Spock in admiral's uniforms. So it wasn't Captain Kirk. It was and Mr. Spock. It was Admiral Kirk and Mr. Spock. But I didn't like those because it was the purple uniform. And they had the only one I want that I know they've got, and that is they've got a Romulan. So they have. You can see the picture at the back. They've got the Romulan. I want
that'd be cool.
the classic Romulan, and I've got a classic Klingon. I want both of those, but they didn't have any. I picked them up today. They were just something that I picked up. B&M. So I was sitting B&M just shopping, and I found, and I actually found them. So I thought I'm having them. So I picked them up. It's just because we were talking about that. Yes, that's part of my haul for today. But since we were talking classic,
Very nice.
Yes.
because it is the classic ones, and that's why I love them. And it was, who was it? It was actually, what was it? Disaster Area? No, it wasn't. It was Retro Dicky. He was talking about them. He had picked them up. We were talking about them in Jet stream last week, and he'd picked them up. So, and that's what I said. I wanted them.
Would he ever come on these streams, do you think?
I don't see why not. He does a lot with the other guys, so it could be just a case of time frame wise. But I would Retro, drop us a line if you want to come on.
What's by the way?
Yeah.
Notice Matt's not around. Been around a few weeks, has he?
Say again.
I'll just say Matt like he's
no, Matt's not. He's because he's actually started doing stuff on his own channel, and he's on someone else's, and he basically, by the time frame, he said, because he comes on. Jim, he was on last week. He came on literally just as we were finishing after the 5-hour mark, and he'd been on 3 streams that day. So basically, he's just getting knackered. Yeah, Panic Island. That's because MC actually says the plane burst the plane. It's basically that was the Ricardo Montalban. Yeah. I didn't know Jodie was in Black Mirror.
Oh, I did hear she was in that. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I heard about it, but it's not something. It's the same as Broadchurch. I've not seen that either, but I've heard about it. And although there's 2 versions of Broadchurch out there, word for word identical, because rather than what they used to do, remember what they used to do? They would sell the script to another country and they would make their own version.
Oh, yeah.
And nowadays, what they do is they just sell the show to another country, and like Australia. Well, accordingly, Australia bought it, but they didn't buy the show. They bought the script and remade it themselves. Because my wife was watching it, and she says it's almost word for word exact. So it's no change much. The only thing they've changed, I think it was the name. Instead of called Broadchurch, it was something else. But in effect, it was Broadchurch, and they don't
weird.
the location. So that was it. And I that's what they used to do in the past. They would sell the scripts so the countries would make their own version. It must have been cheaper for them to actually make their own version than actually purchase it for showing on their channel.
I can hear the doggos there.
I know Benji's fell asleep with the toy under his chin, as if to say, "You're not getting it." I want that. If I go and take it off him, he'll start going for done.
I meant to say,
typical siblings.
if anyone can hear any strange noises, there are some indigenous life forms outside our window being a bit noisy, shall we say. So I don't know if any of that's picked up.
Yeah,
There's shouting and cardboard slamming and typical come round life forms.
So it's like ever since lockdown, nature's kind of reclaiming its territory, aren't they?
It sounds like it's turning into the Lord of the Flies out there. You know?
Don't worry. I live literally that way. Less than a meter away is my balcony, and it's onto a main road. And less than a kilometer up is a fire station and a police station.
Oh.
So
God.
if you hear sirens, it's apologies. It's my
They're
bad.
coming to take him away. Haha. Lord of the Flies. What was the saying in that? Kill the pig, cut its throat, spill the blood.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is a
I have worse recollection from that because I remember it being the young boy being bullied, being called a pig, and they kill him in the end. Sorry, spoilers.
That was the saying about. That was the saying at the end when they were hunting him. Is kill the pig, cut its throat, spill the blood.
Yeah.
I saw that even in a play in school that long ago. I was still in. I would have been secondary school, but I saw that. I saw somebody came and did the play in our school, and I still thought it's not as good as the movie. I'd seen the movie
But
before.
It's still what the story tells, and I'm thinking, even reading back the Harry Potter series, they say it's for kids. Really? The first thing Harry Potter does is melt someone's face. That's literally his first act, so to speak. Yeah, it takes the first book, but he's melting someone's face.
And
I'm going, this is for kids? Really? I remember stories from Astrid Lindgren, Mio Min Mio. And that actually had Christopher Lee acting in the film version of it. And it's still an extremely brutal story about the man with the black heart.
See, the thing is, they used to be allowed to scare kids. Because they didn't think kids would actually be too traumatized, because they knew, as long as they knew it was a TV show or it was a movie, then it's designed to scare you. That's what it's there for. But it's not real. But now they're not allowed to. If any, Christ almighty, you go in to see a program that somebody might jump out, or like Scooby Doo, and somebody jumps out and goes, "Boo! I use damn kids," and it's a case of a trigger warning, just in case people get scared. And you're sitting thinking, really? Have you seen the most recent one? Oh, what was the movie? Somebody said basically they were actually going to have counsellors on standby. People were do you know what it was? Romeo and Juliet. They were filming Roman. They were not filming it
I've
on
seen the
stage.
Romeo and Juliet warning this week, I think it was.
On stage.
And the
on
warning
stage.
is like poison, murder, death, not happy ending.
It's a
If
trigger
you
warning.
need to
Like-
talk to someone, these are the people you can talk to.
But it wasn't a case of that, like you would see a program and they would maybe discuss like mental health or suicide, and they would say, "This is a tragic thing. If anybody needs to speak about it," they're talking about people who have gone in and are shocked by the play. They're giving them the number to the Samaritans, and you're sitting there thinking,
that's way over the top.
It just seems ridiculous.
The people who are
yeah.
going to watch it know what the story is. It's how many?
That's it. It's
many
not like
100 years
you're
old is it is?
going in there completely cold.
It's not as if it's a brand new story. People don't know what you're going in to watch or going
But
into.
that's the power of the story. That's the beauty of the tragedies. You know, that's what they
Is it
are.
300-400 year old? It's 300-400 year old. It's not as if this is a new story. Yet they're actually saying now, well, what we do is at the end we put a notification up with a phone number so people who are traumatized by it. And you're sitting there thinking, it's not as if somebody dragged them in and sat them down and says, "Here, watch this. What is it? I'm not telling you." It's a case of people are going to watch Romeo and Juliet. They know it's a tragedy.
Yeah,
But I don't think people are going to be upset about it. And you're sitting there thinking, are these people nuts?
My favorite.
Sorry, go ahead, Darren.
No, but my favorite.
Sarako.
Yeah, my favorite line in The Simpsons is when Bart breaks up Milhouse and his girlfriend, and like he finds his Milhouse crying in the treehouse, going, "It's so horrible. It started like Romeo and Juliet, but it ended in tragedy."
I remember that one. He was like he was up the treehouse. That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a case of because was what you call her, Lisa, no there, and she sort of looked at him as if this, and she went, "No." I'm not going to explain that one. It was the educated one.
I'm going to jump in here and say I might be absolutely controversial to everyone else on the planet because we're supposed to have these warnings and everything. I want a story, preferably sci-fi or fantasy. There's where I seem to love my things. But tell me a story of a love and loss, brutal murder, where there's a reason for a hero to actually, this was wrong. I did not get help from what was in the system.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I went about to solve it. So plenty of stories have what's it called? The woman in the refrigerator or whatever. But it may have been a boyfriend or a lover or whomever. And how did they correct that injustice? Yes, you got exposed to some really horrible stuff, but you didn't get exposed to it out of the blue. You got exposed to it as to a reason of either why a hero is going on a journey or why a hero may have failed at the very end. Those stories, however, are extremely unique, where a hero has done absolutely everything they should have done. And I say hero or heroine, it could be man, woman, whatever, but they fail at the very end and they lose their partner. My favorite case in point is the death of Gwen
Stacy, yeah.
Gwen Stacy. Sorry, jumbling up the words. It is Spider-Man did everything he could have done, but still it was not enough. And it cost him dearly.
Yeah, and look at nowadays, the Superman one, where Jonathan Kent goes, "No, don't try and save me." So basically, Superman just stood there and watched his uncle get killed. when he could have done something to save him, but he didn't.
Yeah.
How you make you actually think, yep, he's a hero. He just would rather keep a secret than actually save somebody he loved. Yeah, that's a really good message to tell you. So if you don't want to tell a secret, just let whoever it is suffer then. It's, to me, that's where they actually nuts.
Fit to be Read is mentioned in the chat. Loosely interpreted, Caves of Steel, Isaac Asimov.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I've not
very
read that
good.
for years. I've
by the way-
literally, I've not read that for years and years. Christ, you're talking about at least 15, 20 years since the last time since I read that.
He came to a
I'm
convention
sorry,
in the
I don't
80s.
like Fit to be Read at the moment because he's making me feel really old. I don't think I read this when I was 10.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Isaac Asimov actually came to a con. Had to be back in the early 80s. So I forget when he passed. He must have passed in the 80s, I think, didn't he?
I think
Late
it was
80s, maybe?
Was it? I thought it was 84. It could have been back.
Yeah, so it must have been too
Ian
long.
The channel won't tell us because he
Before.
basically he'll find it.
Because I remember he was on the program, and we actually, my friends and I went. We actually sat and listened to his talk, and then years later, it's sort of like twigged, because I discovered his books and things like that. But at the time, he was this writer, and I was, we were always interested to listen to different writers and different people that were there, and then years later, I was like, oh my God, we saw Isaac Asimov! I can't believe it. It was really something.
Fit to be Read says yes. It was the late 80s, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, there's so many people I wish I had met, never got a chance to, never will now. It's just one of those things. It's the same as Tom Baker, never got a chance now. Never got a chance to meet him because his age, he's too old to travel and like that. So I'll just have to be jealous of my few friends who have met Stan Lee, Tom Baker, and stuff like that. I'll just have to be jealous of them.
I'm one of them.
Oh, you met him.
I've met him. Yeah, he gave me a Johnny baby.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Wonderful.
And I told him, you know what? The show went to crap when you left.
Would you like a jelly baby?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Sadako? Could you say that again?
I told him that basically I thought that the show should have probably ended when he left.
What did he say?
Well, he said he wished he'd left a season earlier because he felt like he felt the show changed and he felt like he was becoming a bit of a problem kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd heard that as well. He says he felt as if the last season there was just too much behind the scenes issues.
He also became very ill that season. Like he had to perm his hair. He was very lethargic, and I think his doctor was telling him, "Look, you need to stop. You need to kind of quit the role." I think
Really?
Yeah.
I will just quickly respond to the comment in the chat. Yes, Fit to be Read. We do have jellies to offer you. There are just terms and conditions that do apply, and you need to read the fine print.
I think with Tom in his last season, I think I remember reading he didn't get on with John Nathan Turner. So
No, he didn't. That's didn't hide the scenes issues, but yes, his health and stuff like that. I think it was a case of that's why he just looks. His last season looks off.
You can see it in him. He doesn't look as well as his early years.
Wait, see, John,
my dogs have
Tom
actually just gone, so.
Well, apparently Tom did become friends with John after, but like when they worked together, they weren't friends.
Yeah, that's interesting that they sort of form more of a friendship afterward. But I suppose working so closely, creatively, I can imagine that would have been a lot of butting of heads and.
Well, they could both be very stubborn.
Yes. He came to a con one year as well, John Nathan Turner. I can remember seeing him at a con.
Well, the one that turned up at a con, I didn't even realise he was going to be there. So I saw him late on in the day. Was Leeson.
John.
And
K9. K9.
Yep. And so I was already tapped out. I'd already bought everything. Like me, so I only had, I think I had pennies left, so I couldn't even get an autograph. And I heard he was going to turn up the next year. So I carted my K9 in, my remote control K9.
Yeah.
That price. Left it in the car because I wasn't carting that around just in case. So I had the remote control, batteries all done. It was all done up as Tom. And I was planning to stoat around with him, but in case anybody hit him, I wasn't going to actually do it. But that way I would have been able to walk it in and get him to a gun, shoot him, and actually ask him to sign it.
Yeah. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, got this image in my head now of you and K9 in the car, and K9 going, "We are in a car."
I am in the boot. Yes. But that's basically what I'd planned to do. Basically, had the K9 in the car so that I could get it signed, but it was just too big to cart around with me. And I wanted the whole side panel autograph, but he wasn't there the next year, so K9 stayed in the car. And I didn't even do the cosplay masquerade, so I didn't even bring him out just for on stage. I just didn't have the time to actually spend the 2 hours behind the scenes waiting to get onto the stage to do a bit. And my bit was just, do you want Jelly Baby? I used to get the paper bags. I bought a box of a sleeve of paper bags, so any time I had the paper bag, because I don't like going up with a plastic bag of Jelly Babies. I put them all into paper.
Got to be in a paper bag.
Exactly, yeah. It's classic. It's not just basically
a white paper
Jelly Baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I used to go to the shop and ask them, because excuse me, can I get 2 of your plastic bags? Really? She says, that's for sweets I take, and because that was the only place I could get them. And she says, well, normally we keep them for sweets. I says, okay, going to give me a 1 pen sweet and going to give me another 1 pen sweet. She says, okay, I was only joking. I'm not going to actually charge you 2p because I wanted them for my Jelly Babies. But it's getting to know people who will help you out. But she actually got me a bag. I gave her the money and she bought me a sleeve of them, so I had a supply. Because I know I bought the sweets that much, I didn't need them in bags, I need them in boxes. I don't actually buy 1 or 2 sweets, I buy loads and loads. Terrible that I am. Bad boy that I am.
Yeah, you still probably just like me, you haven't learned the discipline. It's like 1 sweet. No.
Oh,
there's a box of sweets. It's mine. Go away.
Yeah. I am really terrible because Jelly Babies.
Now I want a Jelly Baby.
Fruit pastels.
Oh, I love fruit pastels.
Midget gems. Beef jerky.
Oh, beef jerky, man.
Yeah, and that's
I have a search term for you, PJ.
Uh-huh.
It's wild chips. 1 word. .se.
I think
it's reindeer jerky, and it's far better than jerky.
I think I've had them.
Never heard of reindeer jerky.
I got them as a gift. I had the different jerkies. I think it was classed as jerkies from around the world, and it wasn't just so there was. I can't even remember. It was years ago, but I think I need to try that again.
Yeah, but it's called wild chips. It's basically reindeer jerky, but whereas the jerky we have here is like the one you showed, the wild chips is just perfectly curated strips of meat. There is no like you have to like bite in and like strip apart. These are just perfect slices to eat.
Yeah, that sounds nice. I basically do love jellies. But I went into the shop. Do you know what I actually went into? I came out with a jerky. I went in. There's a shop, the World, the food warehouse, World Food Warehouse, or something like that. They do a big tub like that, flying saucers.
Oh, I
didn't-
remember
Oh,
those.
yeah.
Oh, is that the one with the sour pop thingy?
Mm.
No. It's
Yeah.
similar. It's basically it's just paper saucers with powder in them, but they're not always sour or they're not always the fizzy ones. They're just sometimes it's just sherbet in it, and I love those.
So for me, the saucers, the paper, because it basically tastes like paper, but it's sugar, whatever it is.
It's rice
But
paper.
for me, them, and for me, that is Star Wars. You got a literally like a screw top box of them, sat down as a young boy in front of a TV, VHS.
35
Sorry,
do that.
for me it wasn't VHS; it was a beta tape loaded in Star Wars, and you were just munching and watching.
See, the thing is, I used to do that, and I was 35. I would be sitting there going, with this flying saucers. Nothing to do with being a kid.
If I could find them, having spun around this planet for 6 decades, I would still go. I would do that. Star Wars original, non-edited, non-music change version. They're the whole original part, and those. I'd do this very second and say, sorry, I have to cut the stream.
Sherbet! I do love sherbet. I still see. Remember the you get the dib dabs, which is the lollipop in it. I still buy them at my age. But remember the sherbet licorice. You get it. It used to be a cardboard tube, paper over it, and the licorice was stuck inside it. Now it's a plastic tube with the lid comes off with the licorice attached to it. No, I actually wanted to actually finger in, try and get the licorice out, because it was actually somebody had actually got all the packets and shook them until the licorice sunk down to the bottom. So you couldn't find the licorice, you had to actually pour it out into a glass so you could get the licorice out and eat it that way. That's what I want. That's what I like. And I hate these plastic ones where you actually just take the lid off and the licorice is there. I want the one that somebody had been messing with you as a kid, shake it all up until the sherbet all separates and the licorice sinks down, so you can't just pick it up. So you either had to keep, especially if you're out and you're not in the house, it was a case of you open it and there's no licorice and you're trying to find it, or else you rip it and it all goes all over the place. Stuff like that.
I'm gonna be brutal. It may have been me grown old, and I realize I'm probably the youngest here by like 45 years or something. Sorry, I'm throwing
You're
you under
younger
the
by
bus.
45 years or 4-5 years.
We'll leave it to that. But what I miss from my 70s and 80s days is we had there was a 3 sachet packet that you could get for, I don't know what it was in pounds, maybe 3 pence or something, but it was a glass sugary popsicle, and you licked it and you dunked it into one pack, and you got licorice and you dunked it into the other pack, and it was like sweet fizzy pops, and you mixed it back and forth, and it was meant to be kind of like an ice cream. But I haven't seen that kind of candy.
That sounds very like the dib dabs they used to have. The dib dabs were just it's basically it's almost like 3 pokes together, and it was a bit of candy. So you dipped it in, and you had different flavors. So you had strawberry, lemon, and I think it was raspberry or something like that. So you had 3 different flavors. So, and you would just, and then you could mix them all, or you could just finish one at a time. But it was a stick of candy you used to get with it.
Yeah,
You still get the stick of
but
candy,
I
but the stick of
haven't
candy's about
seen
that
that
size.
in 30 years now, maybe.
If it's right, what the one I'll next time I'm in the shop, the shop near me does a lot of that type of sweet. There is an American candy store as well in Mainz, but
Ooh.
it does retro sweets as well. So sometimes I go in and get a big box of cola cubes.
Yeah, I
Oh,
love
cola cubes are amazing.
Mine's I was always against the flow. Mine's were always pineapple cubes. I love them.
I will admit, I don't know about the pineapple cubes, but for me, the cola gummy berry. So the dark bit was at the bottom, and it was like a lighter shade at the top of them.
Yeah.
And it was
Remember
literally
those.
like just chucking them in, but it was tasting like cola, not
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, cola.
Yeah. The cola cubes used to love them, but I love the pineapple cubes. Same principle. The only difference is you're tasting pineapple. I love both of them. And I was basically, I still, was it 3 years ago? My work had actually changed their policy for Christmas gifts because only certain departments used to get Christmas gifts from other from other offices. What they did was, it's really unfair. So what they'll do is, just any gifts you get goes into the middle and people can buy a raffle ticket. The raffle money goes to a charity, right? So what they did was, working in IT, I never got a gift, so I was happy with that. And I only won one gift that year, and everybody was coming out with about 4 or 5 because it was that much, but I only won one. And somebody says, "Why don't you take a spare bottle of wine?" I says, "No, I'm happy. The one I won was a hamper of classic sweets."
Oh my
Right,
god.
that's what I wanted. That was
That's
the only
pretty
thing I
good.
wanted, and I got it, and I was just, first ticket came out, so I get to choose, and I picked the one I wanted. I didn't care if I actually won the bottles of champagne or bottles of prosecco. Although
You got the sweets.
I got the sweets, and it was all classic sweets, and it had
Wine gums.
no, what was it called? The wine bar. You remember you used to get the ones that were 6 or 7 or what were they called? Oh,
I know which one you're meaning, but I have a different name, obviously, growing up in
Whoppers.
Scandinavia.
Whoppers, they were called. That's what it was. It was you could get penny Whoppers, and it was 6 or you could have 10 of them, and it was all classic sweets. I loved that. And they had blackjacks, fruit salad.
Making me hungry now.
Where you're talking
I
about,
know.
They had a very specific name. It was literally like a 6-pack mix of, well, it was called One, but it was like all over the place. And it was always the one you didn't want to. But you wanted the other 5, so that's why you always got the pack.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The only ones I remember that was the Poppets. Used to have the different flavors, and everybody wanted to avoid either it was the coffee one. Revels. Was it Revels? They had all different flavors of the
Rebels sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
And
You see, this is where I'm going to give a unique insight to Scandinavia. So every season, so say Easter or Christmas, so the big ones, like the larger one, you're supposed to like meet family and everything. There's a chocolate box called Aladdin that you literally, if you don't know what to give someone, you give them a box of Aladdin. That's basically what you do, is tons of different mix of chocolate. But something I've always found strange, a couple of the items in the box is chocolate and alcohol, specifically in the rum region.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, both children and adults avoid them like the plague. So if you're late to the party and open the box, the only thing that is left is the chocolate and the alcohol.
The chocolate liqueurs, I remember them.
I'd be all over those.
They tasted boufing when we were kids. It was a case of, why do adults drink this rubbish? But yes,
Yep.
but yeah, I remember that. See the Revels. They did an advert which played on, was it the Deer Hunter? Remember the one in the Deer Hunter where they had all the soldiers out? Was it the Deer Hunter? They had all the soldiers out the cage, the Viet Cong, and they were
Yeah, that
making
was
them
it. That
do-
was the deer hunt, yeah.
yeah. Well, they did an advert based on that scene. And they had these guys sitting there going, go, go, go. And they're actually opening a packet of Rebels and taking one out and seeing it, it's coffee. And the idea was basically they played on it. And it was a case of, it's orange. So I smile. And then somebody else go, it's coffee. And they go, oh. And they goes, I like coffee. that play on that. And I thought that was hilarious, that advert, because it was the deer hunter scene they're talking about is people are shooting themselves, but they're playing it for eating chocolates. I thought, but that was Rebels, and I used to love Rebels, but I hated the coffee one. You got to know the shapes and the size because there was ones that were slightly thicker or smaller, so you would go through them all, and then the 5 or 6 you weren't entirely sure. You want a sweetie, sis? Don't tell her I've taken all the good ones that I thought right, she's just got a coffee. But yeah,
it's like the green M&Ms.
Well, it's the white M&Ms I don't like. See, I like the
M&Ms.
They do the white M&Ms. I just think, I don't know, it's just maybe in my imagination, they just taste tasteless.
Is it white chocolate in those, or is it just the shell on the outside?
Just the shell and the outside. Now, if you're talking about sweets, which were all different colours, Skittles.
Yes,
Taste the rainbow. I used to love Skittles. I used to buy 5 packets on my way to school, and I literally took out a packet went. And my mum used to actually go nuts with me because I literally just, that's all I ate was Skittles.
Yeah.
And I just poured them into my mouth and coming back from school at night, sitting in the house watching it. Get out! So I was barred from eating Skittles for a good 6 months because of the way I ate them.
My favourite was the Swizzles double dip.
Right. The double dips, aye. See,
the Rebels advert.
The Rebels advert. Anybody, I would definitely go and check it out. I'm going to check that out after. I don't know if we couldn't play it because it would probably get hit, even though it's already on YouTube. You know what it's
Somebody else just got hit for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but for some reason, even ones that are on, somebody else has uploaded that are not actually the company that's doing it. They upload it. You could still get hit because somebody's already got it up. I'm going to check that out as soon as I'm finished. Definitely. I love that advert, and I just thought it was funny because of what they were using to advertise chocolate. But it was just so much fun.
Well, you're in UK with me, PJ, so we're gonna get hit with the sugar ban.
What do you mean we're going to get hit with it? Iron bars have already done that. Basically, I'm on diet Iron Brew. I've been on diet Iron Brew.
No, careful showing that, especially the original recipe. If you show the original recipe, you're definitely going to get smacked.
Right, I've been on diet since I was diagnosed diabetic because I've always drunk Iron Brew. However, my nephew will not drink the new stuff, and he drank as much Iron Brew as I did. Now, Iron Brew brought out the glass bottles of the original recipe, and that's the only bottles they'll buy. So
you see, I still love the new Iron Brew. It still has a good flavor to it, but I know I'm hitting diabetic levels any second now. I've had a 2-liter bottle today. it's like, oh, that's so nice. I just need to top up.
Yeah, this is the 500 milliliters bottle. That's my third one today, and I've got a couple of packets there. Although
you see, I go through a 2-liter bottle a day.
No,
at least.
No. See, I've got 4 2 liters in the cupboard. I'm got see the 6-packs of the 500 ml. I've got 10 of those in behind my chair. 10 6-packs. I've got 4 2 liters. I, on average, every day drink about 3 liters of Iron Brew a day. Although it's diet,
I'm not that high.
No, although it's diet, it's still got the same caffeine. Now they keep telling you a can of Coca-Cola has got very high caffeine. That is nothing compared to Iron Brew. Accordingly,
you see, if I want to do a proper work day and I know I have tons of reports to write, everything, it's like I'm jumping down to the shop, Iron Brew.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this going.
Yeah, a can of Iron Brew. It's good. Accordingly, this is what I've been told. So this is just based on somebody who told me, a doctor who told me. He says a can of Coca-Cola, on average, has got roughly the equivalent caffeine is 6 cups of coffee. It says Iron Brew, a can of Iron Brew has got the same equivalent caffeine as 7 espresso coffees.
Oh my god!
So that's
but you don't taste it, do you?
You don't. It's 33. That's 33 liters. So 2 liters of Iron Brew, even diet, is drinking the equivalent of 42 cups of coffee a day.
Might explain why, if you had a heavy drinking session, being out with your mates, you're coming home and it's like Iron Brew. I'm done. This is like I'm
jotting this all down in case I need it.
That's why I was told. The doctor told me to stop drinking Iron Brew because I used to complain that I had trouble sleeping. I would go to my bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd be back up at 6, and he says, "How much do you drink?" I says, "About 3 liters a day." He says, "Do you drink any coffee or tea?" I says, "Well, about maybe 10 coffees a day as well." He says, "So in equivalent, you are drinking."
Oh my god, PJ!
That was 71 cups of coffee in a 16-hour or an 18-hour period, and you're wondering why you're no sleeping.
Sorry to ruin your day, PJ, but the reason you're not sleeping is because you work in IT, just like I am.
That's also why I'm bald.
Well, I still need to pull more out, but I do definitely have a bald spot starting to form at the back. But
I've got a bald spot. It starts there and ends there. It's only a spot, but or as my dad say, I'm not bald. I'm just too tall for my hair.
Love your dad.
That was all what he used to always say. He wasn't bald. He was just too tall for his hair. And my granddad it's because my granddad used to say he wasn't bald. He was just growing through the top of it. So my dad used to use his dad's jokes, and I use my dad's jokes now. So
I think I see the line of jokes passing through history.
Yes,
our dad jokes are third generation dad jokes.
I think MC has got a good comment in the chat at the moment.
He doesn't say because he broadcasts a fiver.
I'm going to slightly defend that.
In all fairness,
I don't know how I have the energy, but I love these streams. I love being part of these streams, and
that's true.
Suddenly it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm just going, really? I should have been asleep 3 hours ago.
Yep, definitely. And it's my wife keeps on saying to me, "What time did you finish?" And, I got in my bed about 3. What time did you wake up? I said about 9. Start again.
That's a 6 hour sleep. That's a perfectly reasonable sleep window.
Mhm.
It's just that the time zone you're in may not align to the time zone that it should have been.
Yeah. But I'm used to actually not going to my bed until 12 o'clock when I'm up.
I'm a
7,
bit
8.
of a night owl
I'm
as
used to it.
well.
I am used to it, basically, because apart from anything else, a lot of the stuff I like to watch on YouTube is usually from the States, so they don't start until like 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Mm.
So I usually you look at Friday Night Tights, although it's
Yeah.
meant to start
Maybe-
at 10 o'clock or half 10, it doesn't start until near 11 most times.
Well, that's the thing with stuff like that. It is the live interaction. And something I hate because of my working hours is that I keep missing Purple's streams
Yeah.
because I'm still stuck at work. I can't join them. But the live streams and interacting with the audience, everyone that is in there, Arwen,
Yeah. It's
there are
lovely.
tons of other names I recall, and it's like these are amazing. They're funny characters to like just interact with, but I just can't because I'm stuck at work for probably another 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is gutting to miss some of them. I know it's quite hard to catch them all.
Yeah, and it is not her fault because she's streaming at an optimal hour between everyone that want to and are interested in watching that content. But for me, I can't join at that hour. I do try.
Yeah. It's the same as me. But you look at when I was trying to work out what days to stream. Basically, I used to do I used to do a Sunday. I started doing a Sunday because I thought if I'm ever going out, I'm going to go out on a Friday or a Saturday night. So I'll do a Sunday. And then I realised a lot of the ones I want to watch were on a Sunday. So I had to change it because I'm missing the ones. If I'm streaming, I'm missing the ones I want to watch. So I moved to Saturday, and then I realised the other half of the ones I wanted to watch at the weekend are on a Saturday. So I'm knackered. It's basically one of those ones. It's try to get a stream where you're no overlapping or you're not busy to catch somebody else's stream. And as you said, work is not always fun, especially when you're in IT and you're 24/7. So I turn my emails off when I actually go stream because that way I can't answer because I'm not a chance. If I'm on somebody else's, it's different because I can always mute and stuff like that. But when I'm hosting, I can't actually go, right, sorry guys, bye. It's not as if my electricity went out. Yeah. I keep on saying, MC says, I hate work, although it helps pay the bills, I suppose. I've been trying to convince my wife to let me retire and keep me. I'm okay to be a kept man.
Yeah.
I bet you are. I'm unfortunately not having the what do you call it? Side partner, side something, side business.
The better half.
Well, I'm still looking for the better half of me. Unfortunately, I lost it because I was probably not as good to my better half.
That's why they're the better half, isn't that right, man?
Yeah, well,
That's right.
Isn't that right, Darren?
That's right.
I'm definitely not looking for a right-hand man if you want to go down that route. But when it comes to the whole thing of the work balance and the life balance and everything, it's as long as I know that whatever I do for work is covering the essentials, the rent, the mortgage, the electricity, utility, water, food, and everything, then whatever time I have left is perfectly fine. But I do realize that there are others that have managed to go, I only work 9 to 5. I make this amount of money. I'm perfectly fine. But I'm not that person. I'm a person that will log on at 7 o'clock in the morning and I won't clock off until 9 o'clock in the evening because the work needed to get done.
Mm-hmm.
See, Jim, you should be like me. I only work 9 to 5 hours a week.
Well, you already have an amazing collection in your background. Look at me. I have dirt cheap metallic posters that, yes, they cost a fortune, but that's all I got.
I know, but it's basically, hey, remember, this old thingy is basically why I've been doing it, because I've been collecting for years. And yeah, my kids have been gone for years, so I'm not actually spending it. But I keep saying to my wife, I'm happy to retire. I'll be her driver. I'll be her chauffeur. No problem at all. That way I need, if I do it for her business, she can actually pay me. And that way I've got spending money to buy stuff.
Oh, I would so love to find myself a wife that would pay me to do things for her.
Oh, for a business. That's what I'm saying. I would be a chauffeur the rest of the time, but I would be a driver. And that way,
I do mean that. I don't care what it is. Do I have to drive her? Do I have to be sober? Do I have to be this designated drinking buddy? I'd do that. And sorry to say, I'm a very cheap date. It's just who I am.
I'm a cheap date only if we don't go to a Comic-Con.
Yeah, let's not say that on the first date. That's maybe fifth or seventh date. When you got them booked.
I told her that day one. And mind you, my wife, me and my wife had been friends for about 17 years before we got together, so she knew exactly what I was like. She knew I was that geeky, so I was okay.
There you go.
Oh, I'm pretty certain, even though she's known you for 17 years to this date, you're still going to come home with something, hey, look what I got. And she's just going to go, no, you didn't.
Oh, no. I was 17 years before we got together. And she knew I was a geek. And she'll say, what are you sneaking in? I says, wait a minute, I already got that. I don't sneak in things. I order stuff and I say that I've ordered stuff, there's stuff coming. I might not tell her exactly what it is, but I never sneak in. And
you see, I'm no expert in what female mind may want, but if you're saying, I just got something off the internet, darling, don't worry what it is. I think that's a massive recipe for you will get a lot of trouble coming in the next couple of days.
See, I'm actually the opposite. I'm actually the opposite because if I don't lie, can I get any trouble?
Well,
so if I say I've not spent anything, then I've not spent anything. If I've spent all my money for this month, I've spent all my money for this month. But it's my money I'm spending. It's my pocket money. So I know it's not as if I'm spending the mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's fair enough. But you're still. I think this may be me being slightly archaic, but the ladies I've come across in my life, they are even concerned about your pocket money, and if you're not spending that completely wisely, as in part of your pocket money is a nice restaurant dinner thingy out.
I mean, do that anyway. But basically, when I class my pocket money, I class it as money to spend on me. Yeah, and the thing is, the way I look at it is, I never hide the fact. If I've ordered something for myself, I'll say, just in case you're actually through there, if the door goes, it'll be for me. I'm waiting for something. Because I find, because I'm on my second go round, and I found that if I say, this is what I've done, can I get caught out with actually saying, no, I never ordered anything. I don't know what that is. Honest. Oh, it was only £2. Honest. It's only a wee cheap one. It's not an original copy of that. It's just a wee cheap knockoff. Don't worry, it only cost me a couple of pounds. You can't get caught out. And that's the way it is. The way I look at it is, no, I shouldn't need to, and I never do lie to my wife. If I do, then I'm doing something wrong. Hence the reason why my wife is happy with my collection. She knows exactly how much I spend on it.
I'm gonna go, ballpark.
Of course,
the exact
I'm not every night. For instance, for these, I told her if I wanted to buy that online, it's £12. got it in B&M for about £4. I think it's about £4.50, but roughly about £4. It's not as if I'm saying, oh, they only cost me £1. And when
No,
it
no,
cost
no. This is where I think you should be absolutely honest with your partner. That is like, this is my hobby. This is what I love. This is the concept of it. But it's also I would say I'm pressing F for doubt on, does she really know not what you spend, but what your collection is really worth?
Because I told her how much it's worth so I can insure it. I told her.
Well, I did see
my
the disaster you had with the weather condition and everything, ripping your roof off and all that. And I was just going like, really? That's the weakest claim I've probably ever seen in the insurance companies ever, is saying like, oh, your roof is rotten. It's like, no, it really wasn't.
Yeah. The problem is they basically, when my roof went gone, they said it was rotten, and they says they should have waited until they had authorised the payment. I says, no. I says, so you want to pay an extra 30 grand if water gets into my room? No, I ain't actually. It's the same as like my Magic the Gathering. I could tell my wife to the penny how much my Magic the Gathering collection is worth, for the simple fact is I've catalogued it on a site. So if I want to replace it, I could just actually direct my insurance company to the site so they can actually see every card I've got and the costs. That type of thing. Because I'm a wee bit OCD, so I catalogue everything.
Yeah, but with a large collection, it doesn't hurt to do that. You know,
Yeah,
to make sure you know exactly what you've got.
Not only that, Wendy, if you have something you manage to find just by sheer chance, super cheap at, say, a charity shop, because I know PJ and me, we both go to charity shops, and it's a never opened package of a collectible. That's considered pristine condition by a lot of collectors that would really want it. So the actual value may be higher, significantly higher. You paid, say, £4 for a Doctor Who season 8. Never opened.
Let's actually put something that we know the price and how much it's actually selling for. The Doctor Who recent Patrick Troughton in his TARDIS collection collectible. To buy it from the website was £39. It is sold out. To buy it on eBay is there people asking up to nearly £200 for it.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Yeah,
no.
that's bad.
Because it's sold out so quickly, and it is so after the cheapest price I saw was £120, I think.
That's bonkers. Yeah.
It's the same with the Spider-Man comic book that I got. 601. So if you go Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, unfortunately, 601, Scott Campbell cover, because an idiot on the internet just went, oh, that's too sexualized. It's like he went, no, it really isn't. So he said, okay, you corrected my drawing, but I'm correcting your drawing. And it went from being about £5, and now well, I wouldn't say now because I think the price has tanked, but I think it immediately went up to like £350.
Yep.
For a comic book.
That was the Spider-Man one where she's basically sitting on the couch.
Yeah, give me a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but it's crazy when things like that. But the good thing is, it's one of those things that I was talking to my friend today, and we're talking about Judge Dredd comics, 2000 AD, and he's trying to collect his 2000 AD's 1 to 100 issues again. Yeah, that one. It's on the couch, and they frumpified her initially, and then he did it again. Right, hold on. Accordingly, I can do it from here. Hold on, where is it?
Yeah, I'm holding on.
It says,
I know it's late in the evening and I'm getting a bit wobbly, but
there you go. You got the you've got the screen. I found it
Yeah.
if you just click on the icon on the actual screen instead of right clicking and say give solo layout. I've learned
holy
to do
crap!
it.
I mean, this is mint condition in
Yeah.
plastic
That's just
wrapping
such
and everything.
beautiful artwork, that is.
Yeah.
It is. It's
Yeah.
absolutely gorgeous. But when it was at
Someday.
top, it was like 350 quid to get this version of it.
Mhm.
It's like, because
It's
an
like-
idiot is
yeah.
just going, oh, she's too cute. And it's like, well, it's Mary Jane. She's supposed to be really cute. She's supposed to be impossible for Peter Parker to get. But for some reason, they managed to get together.
Right. Oh, dear, I missed that. Yeah, that's.
But I'm very
messed
happy
around.
to have that, although I do need to get the digital version, which you can literally get for like 50p. So I can reread it, because I'm not opening that. I'm really not opening that because I know how much money it's worth.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. MC's asked, he says, my copy of Judge Dredd Year 1, a graphic novel and an action novel, is a graphic novel. It's not the actual novel, unfortunately. Although I've got a copy of it also in Audible, so I've got a copy of the actual novel in Audible. So,
Did you do a stream on the movie at some point?
I plan to do a stream on talking about the Carol Urban, the Sylvester Stallone, the Judgmenty one on YouTube, the fanfic, and basically Judge Dredd on, in general, the comics and stuff like that. So I'm going to do one and just get people who are into Judge Dredd and just chat about it.
I'd definitely be happy to join. I have read a few Judge Dredds back in the days where I kind of got the gist, and it's misaligning the Sylvester Stallone one. But I would still be interested in hearing what people are saying that know more about Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Because I loved the Sylvester Stallone one. It's almost like how I love the Sylvester Stallone Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Demolition.
Man was a better movie, let's put it that way. And MC, I'll double check because now you've got me wondering if it's the graphic or not. But it's because it's not right in front of me. I'm sure it's the graphic novel, but sorry. Jim, the Sylvester Stallone, there is a couple of good bits in it, but Demolition Man is a more fun movie. But then again, Wesley Snipes makes it a fun movie.
That's actually fair enough, but I think the Demolition Man is Sylvester Stallone's pinnacle, like the top response. But unfortunately, it's a response to what Schwarzenegger has been doing for almost 10 years with like Twins and all the other stuff like Kindergarten Cop and the Christmas one where he's like hunting for
Jingle
the
All the
lost
Way.
toy. Yeah, Kinder All the Way. All of those, because he got late into going for the comedic roles rather than trying to be serious within action roles. But still, my favorite with Sylvester Stallone is still Tango and Cash.
I liked parts of Tango and Cash. I think my favourite, just for comic value, was Stop or My Mum Will Shoot with Estelle Getty.
You see, you're tearing me a little bit here. I think that was a blip. It was correct. It's very funny. It's absolutely spot on. But for him and his career path, career trajectory, it was too early. he was not ready to be that funny. If that makes sense.
It does, and I think you're right. It's basically it didn't do him for the career path he'd chosen. Didn't do him any favors because it took people out of the what do you call it? Took people out of his persona.
Yeah.
Because he was building up his thing, fantasy star, and it just didn't work.
It's the same for me. I mean, I love Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. I mean, even the title is great. You're walking up to the cinema. This is back in the 80s, early 90s somewhere. You don't have the trailers on the internet. You don't have the teaser, the second teaser, the cinematic trailer, the pre-release trailer, all of those things that they do now. You only had the title, Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. Here you go. Sylvester Stallone, sounds like an action film. Here's 10 quid. I'm going to go in and watch it.
I was just actually checking out where you were actually telling us. But see, the thing is, I love Estelle Getty. She was fantastic in the Golden Girls. She was the one that made the Golden Girls. Because
no argument for me there.
I was just, when I was doing that, when I was listening, I was actually checking something. Believe it or not, I can't, because of I've hunted high and low, and I can't find the book off the top of my shelf. However, I'm sure it's a similar idea to the Cursed Earth one, which is a graphic novel. That's why I'm sitting there thinking, I can't remember, because obviously the size of the book, you wouldn't expect that to be a graphic novel. You would expect it just because it's a standard book size, but it is a graphic novel. So when I'm thinking graphic novels, I'm thinking these type. And however, while I was there, I came across this. I'm going to put it on a bigger screen just for a sec.
Yeah,
I came across this, right? The 2008's greatest celebrating 40 years. It's basically the artwork, and so it's got parts from each of the authors. And I'm thinking, I've got this autographed, so I'd hunted through it, right? And I've gone through it, and I says, I've met John Wagner, right? So there's John Wagner, and I'm saying, I thought I'd got these all autographed and hunted through, and then I realised I've got two of them.
Just make sure you do not give away the one that you have an autograph or anything special to your nephews or kids.
Yes. So this one is signed John Wagner. It's also signed a few other of the artists in the book. So each of their names that are on it, I've got it signed. And that's why I was wondering why every time I look through it, I can't find these autographs. I'm sure I got this all done. It's because I've got two copies of it, and I'm just trying to find the other ones. Like, for instance, Pat Mills as well. I met them all at different Comic Cons, but I had the book with me. I'm just trying, and Tom Foster as well. So I was wondering why I couldn't find my autographs, and that's because I realised I had two books. So, see that book there, my autographs, that's getting put aside. See the next time
MC.
the next time I had a milestone.
I've got the first graphic novel, but year one arrived as a novel, as an actual novel. I also bought the spin-off from the Carl Urban version as too. So that's actually I wasn't aware that there was much of a spin-off. I haven't caught up too much on the Judge Dredd, but I wasn't aware that Carl Urban got a lot of comic books after him.
Yeah. They basically changed the whole look of Dredd from the comic book to the Carl Urban look. However, see, now I've actually found that. I've got, for my next milestone, I've got a giveaway. Because I've got two copies, but one's got all the autographs and one hasn't. So,
all right. Seeing that we're sitting on the current milestone and we're still waiting for the current milestone to be delivered, what is the next milestone?
250.
250.
Yeah. So I'll do 100. 100 was my first milestone because it took me a while to get there. Thanks to you guys, I got there. Next one.
Yay.
Is I'm not going to say, oh, my next milestone is 500 because I don't. The age I am, I'll be Methuselah before I hit that. So, so I'll go for the 250 because that seems a nice milestone up there. So I'm
I
aiming for
think
that.
that's fair enough.
Right. So the MC's got the Cursed Earth novel. But year one
it's just the one I read out. But I will say you're being far too humble here, PJ. One of these days, we're going to come across something absolutely amazing everybody loves. And you're going to realize that suddenly we have Purple Valkyrie, Loki, even the big ones just coming in. It's like, oh, that's an amazing thing. I remember that. I forgot to talk about that. And I know we all have these stories. It's like we love this thing from really far ago, and it's been forgotten.
There's loads of stuff out there.
Fingers crossed, it'll be one of mine. It'll see. I would love to do one for the Wheel of Time, and truthfully, with the new Wheel of Time series coming up, something that may work. However, the problem is trying to get everybody actually to have all the books, and considering the books are like that thick, it's not easy listening.
I would say this, PJ. If the Wheel of Time is starting to spin off, and you decide to leave me out of it, I will feel very, very disappointed.
Oh, that won't happen. The problem is it's one of those ones. I even have read all the books numerous times, but you can't keep track of everything, and it's one of those things. The TV show is probably easier because it's easy to actually go back and say, right, I know where that came from. That came from the book here. That's or they've changed that from the book. So I'm thinking if they do it, because it's on Amazon and I've got Amazon anyway, so I could get access to it. But do I want to go down the route and actually suddenly either really like it and get abuse for really liking something that's crap, or really dislike it and get abuse for something that everybody else likes? Because I know fine well sometimes I can actually love things that people hate, and I can hate things that people love. Breaking Bad, for an example, people actually kept going on to me, telling me to watch Breaking Bad. It was fantastic. And I feel as if I wasted my time watching it. And every time they say, how did you find it? I says it was the biggest waste of time I've ever come across. And they go, oh, and they get annoyed. But it's one of those things. I don't get annoyed if somebody hates Doctor Who, because we all like different things. But it's when people get annoyed when they recommend something you don't like.
I will give that as a counterpoint here. It's... I love Red Dwarf, but I've only seen like the first 3 or 4 seasons. As I described, I remember the London being nod null, and that's sort of where it started tapering off.
Yeah.
When it comes to Doctor Who, I've seen most of the Doctors, just enough so that I can actually go... it may be season 3, season 4. He may be the 3rd or the 4th Doctor. But also, I watched enough of it, so I'm going the latest seasons. And I'm not just saying it's just the current season. It's the one before. It doesn't stand out in my memory. It hasn't had a Doctor that's like, okay, this is your unique quirk. You do this, you do that. You have this dress. You do this. This is how the way you approach problems, because that's essentially what the Doctor does. It's approaching a problem. This needs to be fixed because something is going wrong. Doctor is, for me, the apt application. It's Doctor is someone that fixes something that needs to be adjusted.
Yeah,
but the later season has literally just like flown out. There's like something over there.
Well, that's it. If you stray too far away from that core outline of what the role is, it ceases to be the Doctor.
Yeah.
You know, it's about solving problems.
It's the same across the board. That's what I've always said as well. The difference between the Doctor and any other male role model is the Doctor used his brains to get out of trouble or to solve a solution. He didn't use a gun. So yes, we all love things like the A-Team. They didn't kill anybody. No matter how much bullets there is, everybody always walked away from a car.
The A-Team.
Whatever. So you still enjoy. People enjoyed the A-Team, not the movie with Liam Neeson, the one with the.
No, I will say the film was still funny, but it missed the entire point of the A-Team coming in. We're the elite team. We're a band of former mercenaries, whatever the actual theme song is going. But we will fix a problem if you can find us. But these guys in the film, they're falling through the sky in a battle tank weighing 88 tons, and they're trying to correct the trajectory by firing a 500-gram bullet to the side. It's like, no, it's not gonna adjust your trajectory.
But it's, I mean, it's the whole idea. But you look at it like you've got the A-Team, even that being a comical action TV show. They always use bullets. They use their brains, but they use the munitions and everything.
I ain't getting on no damn plane, Murdoch.
Well done, Sadako.
Yeah, but it's the fact is you had the Doctor who never ever did. Well, in the newer ones, he did. Well, he did actually. Sorry, he did. Colin Baker's did. Peter Davidson's did. They have done it in the past, but they didn't use it as a go-to item. That was something that happened when when the Cybermen or the Daleks, something that they need to get out of a situation that they couldn't get any other way. They did that, but it wasn't his go-to thing. He used his brains, and if he couldn't use his brains, then if he had to go to a more drastic thing, then it was a last case scenario. It wasn't a first case scenario. So we'll shoot first, but if we can't get out, then we'll think about a different way of getting out. No, his was we'll try and get out. If we can't get out, and that's the only way to solve the problem, at least he accepted that it's a problem that didn't really have a solution or whatever. So the Doctor never used weapons as his go-to thing. And if you're saying, well, it's a male role model we needed to get rid of, what, you're wanting people to use violence then? So you want to get rid of the one that doesn't use violence as a go-to thing. You want these ones, like the superheroes that use violence to solve problems. No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's so many cans of worms you're opening up there. If we go through, say, Heinlein's idea through Starship Troopers. Politics is the extension of violence.
Yes,
you enforce politics through violence.
Of the movies,
but if I'm going back personally, and okay, this anecdote, it cannot be used as evidence ever. Is my dad was a person that believed that if there is something that you need to fix, you fix it so it doesn't break again. And holy crap, did he teach me a lot of, this is how you build, this is what you do, this will last. They say 5 years, you build for 15.
Yep.
And I was 7 years old when I built my first chicken coop. And the chicken coop is now 40 plus years old, and it's still standing, and nothing has needed to be replaced. Okay, my dad approved and redid whatever mistakes I made, but it's still standing almost 40 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We learn from it. We learn from people with skills, and they teach you things. But the problem is when they're trying to use their messed up morality to tell you that you shouldn't need him. I'll give you an example, right? See, when all this kicked off with the first female Doctor, I'd stopped watching it, so it hadn't been a big deal for me because I thought I just went, I'd stop watching it anyway, and I'm not going to even rewatch any of the new stuff, so I'll just stick to the classics. So mine's finished with Paul McGann. Although Paul McGann was the only reason Paul McGann was included is because Sylvester McCoy was in there at the beginning and he regenerated into him. Because I didn't see regeneration into one, it could be a completely different story, a different timeline. Even though they tried to reverse back and actually say it and just slot it in, didn't care because I didn't see the change. So that made no difference to me. But somebody actually, believe it or not, turns around to me and say, and I says, and they says, it's good. That means girls can have a positive role model as well. And I said, well,
we already had one.
We already had one. The Doctor, they says, no, they needed a female role model. And I says, but what about the boys?
Right.
No, wait a minute. I says, what about the boys? Do you know what they said to me? They says, you do realise boys and girls can look up to a woman. It doesn't need to be somebody of the same sex. This is the same argument that they just 2 seconds before comes out and says the girls needed a female role model and a male one didn't count. And then I says, what about boys? They says, you realise boys can look up to a woman. It doesn't need to be somebody of the same sex. In the same conversation within minutes of talk. And I'm sitting there thinking, no point at talking to somebody like that because
it's such a disconnect of the mind. They perceive that it has to be a woman doing something for a girl, a young impressionable girl, school age. If we go to that low level, it has to be a woman that did it for them to think that they can also do it. But I'm going, hang on, astronauts, or I was trying to remember what the Russian calls the cosmonauts.
Cosmonauts, yeah.
Yeah. So Andrew Gagarin, all of that thing is just like, okay, it was only men going to space. How has there ever been, what are we now, 280 women plus something that's gone to space? But it was only men doing it in the beginning. But the message is still being said, if a woman didn't do it before you as a woman cannot do this. You're not inspired to do it.
In space, no one can hear you nag.
Yeah, it's a bit of a self-cancelling argument, isn't it?
The thing is, right, it's the same as like, I recently got a plaque from my mum and dad to put on a seat out my back because my dad passed away this year. And on my plaque is the things that I got taught by my mum and my dad. I want to be a man my mother would be proud of. Don't care if my dad's proud of me. Don't care. As long as my mum's proud of me. That's the type of man I want to be. But I want to be half the man my dad is. Because my ma liked him, so he must have been okay. It didn't matter. I know it sounds silly, but I wasn't actually trying to impress my dad. I was trying to be like my dad, but I wasn't trying to impress him. I was trying to impress my ma because she was the one that mattered to me.
Well, the thing
go ahead, Wen.
I was going to say, the thing that just blew my mind about all this craziness. We're saying, women can't relate to the doctor because he's a male. They need a female role model. And I'm thinking, what about fathers? What about that archetype? Grandfathers, fathers, mates. It's like that role meant so much to so many of us in all different ways. So that's what I don't understand about that argument. It's like, well, what do you mean I can't relate to the doctor as a man because I'm a woman? I'm thinking, what? I had a dad. I had a, you can use, everybody relates to him on a different level. It just doesn't make any sense to me to try to sort of.
Yeah.
Brave here when, if you don't mind, trying to ask sort of a question. So say the doctor did something extremely brave. So say something, unfortunately, it's not a spoiler for anyone, but the doctor does the death episode where they expire, transition, whatever you want to call it. Is there anything for a woman in there that would say you could not also do that sacrifice?
No.
Because believe it or not, there's time ladies. So they have got the exact regeneration ability as the males.
We had female Time Lords as well. So I mean that's the thing that I couldn't get my head around. I was just like, what?
As you said, they were female Time Lords. But even if they want to go down the route, well, they were not lords, they were ladies, which I've heard the stupid argument as well. But they're female Time Lords. Time Lords is a title. It's not a gender title. It's just a title.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. If these feminists were coming out with this back in 1986 when we had like companions like Perry and Mel, I maybe see their point, but no.
Yeah, no. That's it. I think they're trying to sort of dredge up stuff that's long gone, and times have changed, and I just can't get my head around it. I'm like, you had a fantastic show that appealed to both men and women and people across the board. Introduce new characters, bring in female Time Lords, but why do you have to break it and rebuild it in an image that isn't making sense to anybody else? It's like, I don't get it.
I might have 2 points in this one. And whenever I've been to the big Comic Cons, the Sci-Fi Week, and there's the big gatherings where tens of thousands comes together, it's been. I might be slightly biased. I do not know if that is true or not, but I've seen women with disabilities as they're in wheelchairs, but they built their wheelchairs into something Time Lordy or the police box stuff and whatnot, far more often than I've seen them doing anything else. So I think a lot of women have loved and felt passion with the Time Lords. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they feel ever felt excluded based on the ladies I've talked to, that it just happens to be a boy. I'm not going to say a man. I'm just going to say happens to be a boy that is the character of the Time Lord.
Yeah, I've never, ever felt excluded from Doctor Who on any level like that. I've related to the companions, but I've also related to the Doctor. So I can't, I didn't need anything else. I had everything I needed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The thing is, going by their logic, then I shouldn't have watched Sarah Jane Adventures because she was female.
Well, yeah. How could you possibly?
I loved Cena. Cena was amazing. But I will say I did like the Joker.
Exactly. How could I watch?
Buffy.
Yeah, it's the same as how could I really enjoy? I should have just stuck to Hercules rather than Xena because she's female. How can I understand that? Or I shouldn't have watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer because she's female. How can I understand that? It's a load of pish. Basically, everybody can teach you something. Everybody can teach you they're wrong as well. Basically, everybody teaches you something, good or bad. Doesn't matter if it's male, female. Doesn't matter their colour. Doesn't matter their gender. Doesn't matter their sex. Like, nothing matters. If they've got a good
It
argument,
feels
they can
like,
teach you something good.
yeah, it feels like we went backwards instead of forwards.
And it is.
You
It's
know,
basically it's deconstruction. It's basically don't want us to be, because we're obviously doing something bad here because the five of us are talking. They don't want us to talk to anybody.
No,
But-
the thing is, I feel myself watching Buffy, old Doctor Who, TNG, TOS, Star Trek stuff. It makes me think. Whereas I watch newer stuff, it's like, it's just something to keep you from swiping on your smartphone.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what I've said. I've said a lot of stuff is all flash, nay bang, because the object is to get somebody to go, what's happening? Right, okay, back to the point. And it is, it's all, that's why I've said that. That's why I don't really watch new stuff, because it's basically all flash in the pan. It's basically just to get you to go, what's happened? All right, okay. And that's what it is. That's why everything seems to be happening like that all the time. And you're sitting, if you sit back and think about Tomorrow's War, for instance, you sit back and just switch your brain off. It's a good, entertaining movie. Even I can say, yes, that's thingy. But as soon as you actually switch your brain on, you're sitting there thinking, huh? And
yeah,
you're too busy thinking, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense, to actually enjoy the movie. Whereas, or else you have to actually switch your brain on to change something in the movie to make it make a bit more sense. Like, that's what I was saying. I was on Father Miller's stream the other night, and we were talking about Tomorrow War, and I says, if you don't take it as a time travel movie, take it as a time dimension, or a dimension movie where you're jumping from one dimension to the other. It just so happens the other dimension's 30 years ahead. So, A, why are they only taking people who are already died before? Right? So that means they're never going to meet themselves, which means if the two people who met themselves, it could disrupt the dimension. It could disrupt the multiverse. So they can't take somebody from another dimension who is already in this dimension. Hence the reason why they only sent young people back, because they can't actually have somebody that's alive. So they couldn't have sent an older guy back to convince them, because here, I'm from your future, you know me, because there I'm there, he's sitting across from you. So they had to send young people back. But so anything that happened in that timeline doesn't affect the current timeline. So the fact that they went and found the white spikes and destroyed them, it's not affecting the fact that they came back from the past. Because if they came back from the future, if you stop what causes them to come back,
yeah,
then it just keeps on repeating itself. So it doesn't work. So it's either a diversion in the timeline, or if they're already in a different universe, which is 30 years ahead, so nothing happens. It doesn't change yours, and it doesn't change theirs. So they're still going to all die, but you're not. So it's not going to change either of the universes. All you've done is send people over to their universe to die, which is not going to affect your universe. So, but to me, that works. And if they actually says, well, actually, we found out it wasn't a time travel one, it was actually dimension jumping to a dimension that's years ahead, it works a lot better. However, but that's just on my headcanon. But if you're sitting watching that movie without thinking, which they want people to do, then it's, oh, that's a really good movie, that's fun. But they don't want you to and get your brain in gear.
no,
And
I agree fully with that, because I'm not the parent. I'm not the father of anyone, but if I had a son or daughter and I got this opportunity and I got told the very heartbreaking story that it is, that she's telling her father that you left us, you just gave up, I would just go, I'm absolutely heartbroken. This is not what I would have wanted. So I think in terms of that, that's a good emotional trajectory, but they don't play it any further than that. It's like, oh, you failed me as dad.
Yeah. You it's the same across the board. Anybody, did you watch Friday Night Tights?
Yes.
Right.
Most
There
of
was a
it.
couple of things in that. Just to remind me. Thank you, Colin B. Probably overqualified, as in I've got a brain to start with, so I couldn't be a Hollywood writer. I think we've all got that problem here. We've all got brains that we can use. There's a couple of things they mentioned in Friday Night Tights, and it just goes to show that it makes zero sense. They were talking about an argument on Twitter because they were talking about one of the characters, the male characters, was wrong because he was misogynist for hating his mother. But his mother killed his siblings and tortured him to try and make him a superhero. So the reason his siblings all died is because she tortured them and it failed with them, but it succeeded with him. But the fact that
Wait, so he's a misogynist?
That's what they were saying. They basically said because he hates his mum, it just goes to show how misogynist he was. And they're saying, but his mother tortured his siblings to the died, tortured him until he had the powers. But that's what she was trying to do, try to make them super powered. She tortured the other ones; they all died. They tortured him until he got his powers. But the fact that he hated him, it was just to show how misogynistic it was, hating his mother. How typical. So they were basically turning around saying, because it's your mother, doesn't matter what she says or does to you.
Wrong.
Everything, you shouldn't hate her. However, if your dad says, no, you're not allowed that, isn't he a bad man? You should actually get rid of him, get him out of your life and never listen to him again. Crazy. They're effectively turning around saying all men are bad and all women are good, which we know is not true, because there's good.
Unfortunately, they broke a record at the moment.
Bad men, bad women.
I'm trying to wrap my brains around that. Sorry to jump ahead of you, so go ahead.
No, sorry, Jim. I was just going to say it just doesn't make any sense at all. I just can't get it.
I think Colin is pointing it out properly. Is just his mum.
Yeah,
and his mum.
He hates his mum, and that's why they're calling him a misogynist, because he hates his mum.
No, the mum is the person in the wrong, and you're absolutely right to hate that individual.
Yeah, but they're basically, that's what the arguments are, because it's shown how misogynistic he is because he hates his mum. And you're thinking, if they actually watched the programme. I've not watched it. I've just heard guys who have watched it talk about it, and I'm sitting there thinking, this sounds absolutely crazy. How the hell can they actually justify what they're saying? But I suppose it's like the Wanda argument, the WandaVision. They're saying that the one who Wanda, that at the end, you'll never know how much you sacrificed to hold a whole town prisoner for months with kids included who weren't allowed out of the room. So what happened to the kids? Just have to sit there for months on end. But we've never know how much she sacrificed. Sorry, as soon as you're in the wrong, does it make a difference?
Yeah.
The WandaVision is probably the one that actually shown the best level of where it goes wrong, because she's holding, what is it, 3,000 people hostage?
Yeah.
And she's controlling their every movement to be precisely what she wants them to be. And if they're not in her vicinity, or within her mind, they're just stuck. They don't do anything.
Exactly. And MC, I'm trying to even remember that it was one of the new shows. It was Gary and Az and that were talking about it on Friday Night Tights. I just can't remember the name of the one, but they were talking about one of the main characters who's got a power hates his mum. And it's just the people on Twitter are arguing that how misogynistic he is because he hates his mum, but it turned around the reason he got his powers is because his mum tortured him until it manifested itself. But it also tortured his siblings, sons and daughters, to try and get them to turn. So I can't remember what program they were talking about. It was just because they were talking about the argument.
But the point is, he'd hate his dad if his dad did that as well.
Exactly.
So that was the difference if it's mum or his dad.
Yeah.
It's like it's the acts that are the issue.
Yeah, but
not the gender of who's
it's the
doing
fact that they're assuming that, well, you shouldn't hate her because she's your mum. Doesn't matter what you do, you shouldn't hate her. And I'm sitting there thinking, that's bollocks. It's the argument they're having as well that all fathers are bad. And sorry, that's a load of bollocks as well. Yeah. Because you're effectively turning around and saying all fathers are bad because what you're showing, Doctor Who, a guy leaves his kids to go to another dimension because what his spirit of his wife is there or something. I can't remember. I heard the story about it. Don't watch it. So it was a new one. So I don't know. But there you go. Bad father who deserted his kids because why? I don't know. Because I didn't pay enough attention.
I would say I think it's not exactly what you're talking about, but something I haven't not seen in recent TV shows is a dad walking away from family, so wife, kids, to do something that needs to get done. And you know that from the initial story, the way they build the story is just like really bad stuff. Someone needs to do something. I happen to be the one that knows how to do it. I just also happen to be a father with wife and kids. I go away, try to do it, but I fail, I die. I have not seen that in probably last 20 years. Because they're trying to protect that from happening. But if you look at the standard military, we have there is a mess in, where is it? The Afghanistan, ISIS areas and everything. And they're evacuating, they're coming out, they're like pulling the troops back. But unfortunately, soldiers have died. It's like, this is a father or a mother, because apparently there is also a lot of female soldiers out there, but it's a parent figure stuck in a combat situation, and unfortunately they're not making it out. They're dying. They're leaving behind a spouse, partner, whatever the structure will be, but also potentially kids. And then not telling these stories anymore and saying, why is this important? Why did they do this? Why did they stay behind? Why did they play it out?
Yeah, but that's the thing. They don't want people to actually think about family. We all should be individuals. We should all be separate. We should not have anybody. It's the communist dream. They basically,
even if I'm an individual, if I want a family, I will be everything and anything that will entail.
Yeah, but they want you to be relying on the state, and the state tell you who you can be with, where you can be, what you can do. That's what they're wanting. That's these nutcases who are Marxist, communists, or whatever. They want you to be reliant on somebody else to tell you what you should think, what you should do, who you should be with, anything, which is nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Well, the other thing is, well, I mean, TV now has become very utopian, hasn't it? So they don't really want to address the nitty-gritty horrors of war. Like,
no,
I mean, like Doctor Who, like that used to, like back in the classic series, they used to do stories like Genesis of the Daleks and that showed us the horrors of war, and they don't nowadays. It's like even from
look at
2005, it's all everyone.
You look at the second episode. The second episode of Doctor Who. What did it show you?
The cave.
Sorry, the second series of Doctor Who. The second story, shall we say?
The Daleks, the end of nuclear war.
Exactly what happened at the end of a nuclear war. The mutated Khaleds and the Thals, who were basically, they had no technology to an extent, and there's the still warmongering mutated due to, and look what happened to the whole world, crystallized everything, animals, the lot, trees, all. That was their second story, and they were already showing you the horrors of war. They'll never do something like that now.
Oh no.
That's what
It's
happens.
amazing.
I'm gonna have to jump in here and be a little bit cynical, and it feels bad for me because my uncle was part of the UN force that fought. What, I wouldn't say fought, but he was a UN representative going down into the Kosovo, Herzegovina, that area when they had the troubles in the 90s. But he was always greeted, because they knew he was Swedish United Nations, as a friendly. No one wanted to fight him because they knew he was there to try and solve the problem, not cause the problem. Whereas today, the reports I'm hearing, although UN, and okay, I might get hit with slander or something, but I'm getting told whenever UN is sent in, it's just they're babysitters. They're not doing anything.
They're not allowed to do anything. They're only there out of the goodness of the people who they say they're there to actually protect from, because they're not allowed to do anything.
But that's where I think the difference comes from. I do not know. I do know my uncle came back with scars he did not have before. That might have been produced, maybe, possibly, perhaps, by, shall we say, instruments designed to incapacitate a human being. But he went back for a second tour, and he still said whenever our flag came up along with UN flag, we were greeted wherever we went. Everybody knew who we were, what we wanted to do, how we wanted to help them.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. The difference is the people want the help, so they're happy to see it. But if somebody didn't want the help, not a thing they could have done. If they were actually caught in the middle of two groups fighting, unless they were physically being attacked, they couldn't do anything. They weren't allowed to step in. Hence the reason why you would have groups driving into the middle of a firefight, because they knew that would be the only way they could intercede, by being in a place where it's being shot upon. So that's why they would have the only time they would get into firefights, because they weren't allowed to intervene. If they were getting fired upon, they could return, which means they could defend themselves. So they were using politics. So if somebody was getting attacked and they knew that nobody will listen to them, they would drive into the middle of it, knowing fine well, the other side knowing fine well, if we shoot at them, they'll shoot back now. But if we don't shoot at them, they can't do anything. And that's crazy. if you've got a peacekeeping force, they should be keeping the peace, not just saying, well, it's only peace as long as the other side decides that we'll let you do it.
Yeah,
which is
seems a bit
it's
illogical.
absolutely crazy. But I like to Colin P said, husbands and fathers killed in action, women most affected, wife, mother killed in action, what a tragedy for her. The problem is the fact is, you notice how a lot of the times when I've heard that, the problem is, even if they're talking about a wife or, a mother or a father, they always talk about women, the wife most affected or what's that for. Never mention the kids. Never once did they mention the kids in that.
But not only that, and I've seen that for quite a long time. And I'm from Sweden, and I saw this in the 80s and the 90s, and I'm now starting to see it on the CNBC, NCC, and NNC, BBC, ITV4. They just go as like, no, it was just a guy died. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Oh, a woman got stumbled her toes on the coffee table. Big headlines. It's like,
yeah,
really? And I didn't used to see it, but I moved over to UK about 2 decades ago, and the time dilation between BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, posted the news for UK and saying some crap happened in Scandinavia. It didn't have to be Sweden. It could be Norway, it could be Finland, it could be Denmark, it could be Iceland. But it was a 3-day dilation between BBC saying this happened and they said it happened. So to their own population, they went, we're going to keep it quiet for a couple of days. There was a car bombing happening. And they're still doing it to this day.
Mm-hmm.
You can read on BBC before it's being read on any so-called authoritative news in any of these countries. Although Denmark has become very good. They have a very zero tolerance. If you commit a crime, you're getting done for it.
Good.
But the rest of them, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and by the way, a funny thing I got learned earlier today, it's Norway, Sweden, Finland, NSF, not safe for work.
It's basically typical. People use things like that and actually make acronyms that make sense. But as Colin said there were stories during the Yugoslavia action where American positions were overrun because they couldn't open fire, whereas British soldiers were allowed to shoot if threatened. But that's the difference. The Americans were only allowed to shoot if they were fired upon. So troops could drive up with the guns already, and until they had pressed the trigger, the Americans could do nothing, whereas all the British troops had to actually feel as threatened. So if somebody was driving up with the guns, well, I'm threatened and I don't need to wait for them to come in and steal all the stuff. So the Americans were not allowed to open fire first, and that's what
you see, that policy never made sense to me, because if you're a smart tactical unit, you will walk in on an enemy camp, you will knock them down with the butt of your gun. They're on the ground, you're pointing the gun in their face. They still haven't fired a shot, but if you move, they will shoot. You're now in a compromised position. They will fire if you do not comply to their demands.
But the problem is that it's I know it's all semantics about the way they deal with it, but it's the fact is, if you tell someone you are not allowed to fire the first shot, then you're effectively saying to the other side, as long as you don't use a gun, you can do what you want. Whereas the other one, it was the British, if you feel threatened, you cannot actually open fire. Sorry, I was driving down. I heard gunshots, so I drove towards it. I felt threatened, so I thought the shots were coming at me, but they were shooting at a village. So I opened up because I felt threatened. So that's the thing. Whereas the Americans, well, they didn't actually fire a shot at me, show me the bullet holes in your thing. Well, they didn't. They were actually all pointing the other way. But although I felt
I still can kind of go along with that line. It's don't be too scared. As in,
they're not. But it's
keep your calm. If someone seems bad to you, for me, although I might have the inclination as like, that's an ugly BS staring right at me, and especially since I love a lot of sci-fi, it's like, if I see a xenomorph with the jaw coming out and the extra thing coming out and the desire to plant something within inside my belly that's just going to burst out, I might want to open fire before they do anything bad. But it is just that thing here. It's like, it looks strange. It's just an egg. Don't go shooting an egg. But if the face hugger jumps up at you, maybe you should start thinking about, maybe now we should open fire.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying, but the problem is when you tell someone, if you use the aliens, if you told the first guy to go down and he reports back, well, there's a load of eggs, or sorry, the second guy to go down who knows that where the face huggers come from, what could happen. So he's already done that. So the second guy goes down and somebody turns and he says, right, I found the eggs. What do you want me to do? Nothing, because they're eggs. Do nothing until you get attacked by a face hugger, which will only attack you close up and actually do it at the time. And you're probably dead if you're that close that it's going to get you. But do nothing until that happens. And they say, well, we lost 60% of our troops. And you know what I mean? We lost 60% of our troops. Whereas the other team say, right, you found the eggs, right? Blow them up, bomb them. How many troops did you lose? We lost one because he actually fell towards the grenade. It's a bit different, and that's all to do with the decisions made at a higher level. And if you have to follow stupid decisions, then stupid things are going to happen. But that's what Colin P was saying. Americans had to go higher to get permission to open fire. So you're asking somebody who's not in danger, I think I'm in danger, can I open fire? Well, explain to me what's exactly happening. So even the delay, whereas if you got trained officers and NCOs, they could turn around and say, no, we had to make that decision because it was critical. And you imagine the same with the alien. Right, we found the eggs. Right, don't fire until they start attacking you. How many of your troops did you lose? 60%. Okay, we found the eggs. Right, destroy them. How many of your troops did you lose? None. If you're not the first person on the scene, if you're the second person on the scene, so you know what it's going to cause, it's a load of rubbish. If you
put Ripley in charge.
Yeah,
I do like that we have the aliens angle though on this one, and I apologize. I'm the one that actually brought it in there because I did like the comparison. But the aliens have a massive flaw. It is the troops that actually go in are military. They're trained for combat scenarios, action situations, fixed problem, all of that things. But they're being led by an NCO that is corporate. He's not caring at all what happens to the people below him. All he cares about is what he can tell his senior staff, is how well do I present this report. I don't care if they win or lose. Unfortunately, there was a 20% loss, but however, 80% of the troops came through with gallantly glory and everything, and we eliminated the threats. The pitch sale and the whole thing. That is where Aliens is playing this balance perfectly. Because whilst he's an NCO, he's not American military NCO. He's not even a military NCO. He's just a corporate. It's not stooge. He's just like a reporting entity, which is why he's caring more what he's telling his bosses than what is happening to the people he's supposed to direct what they need to do.
Yeah, but they've used that across the board in different genres. Give you 2 examples. Blackadder. Remember Melcher? No, remember Melcher and he Melcher and Dallin were talking with the Blackadder, and Blackadder says, "So we'll come out the thing and walk slowly towards the machine gun fire." And Melcher turns around and says, Did somebody release the plan? Yeah, I've got it as well. But did somebody tell you the plan? So in effect, it's a case of, well, that's what we're going to do because that's what we're going to order them to do. We're going to order these people to march in. But it made as a joke. We're going to walk out the trench and walk slowly towards the enemy who are using into the machine gun fire. He says, have you read the briefing, or has somebody already told you?
Well, that's what it was sending up. It was sending up
the fact is it was so ridiculously stupid that people are going to die for nothing. But there's also the aspect of it as well. You look at Braveheart. Remember where the Irish attack the Scots, and they all go, "Oh, how you going, big man," and all that, and they all join up. And he says, the king says, Edward Longshanks says, "Use the archers." He says, "But our men there as well." He says, "Aye, but you'll kill theirs as well. So it doesn't matter if our troops that we sent in, because the Scots and the Irish are joined up and we've sent we're troops in. But just use the archers, but you'll kill our men as well. Doesn't matter, you'll kill theirs as well." I think it was a case of, but you'll hit theirs as well, and it was a case of troops don't matter as long as I win. One came from, both of them are from the top of the stupid attitude of how you would see things. So you've got the ones where from the NCO try to make the reports good, like Alien, whereas you've got the other ones where it doesn't matter if it's good or not, this is what their plan was. So they'll just tell people to do what they're told.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's called the Blackadder. As it's insane. It's never worked before. That's why they won't be expecting it.
The other one was
beforehand.
The other funny one in Blackadder was when Blackadder goes forth with there was a bit in the War Office, and like there's that field of land on the table. It says like this is the amount of territory claimed since the war. And like it's like what scale is it? 1 to 1.
1 to 1. Aye. That was the part I was actually remembering when I was actually talking about it. But yeah, it just goes to show the Blackadder. There's another one. It shows the insanity of war. Basically, like they were talking to George, who was all gung ho, talking about the boys and who came out and how many of them are actually. I'm the only one left from his cricket team. He was the only one left because so and so bought it then, and it was even a case of all these people are gung ho, all for it. When they sat and thought about it, it was a case of, oh dear.
And when he's selling gold, bit when he's telling Bordrick about how the war started.
Yeah, God, it was the Archduke Ferdinand. It was the some Duke. Hi.
I know it's slightly lighthearted here, but one of my favorite films ever is Gettysburg.
Yes,
tons and tons of celebrities are acting in it. But the amazing fact is, even though it's 1/10 of the scale, they still had 15,000 actors actually doing the walking shots and everything. And it's still that's my brother, that's my friend, that's my companion, that's someone I know, that's my neighbor that I just killed. But it is an amazing 4 hours and 30 minutes, I think. 4 hours and 20 probably, but it's 4 hour plus.
Do you know what to watch? History Buff's channel. He does breakdowns of what they're like in comparison to reality, and he talks about the movie, how accurate they were, things they got wrong, why they got things wrong, if they did it deliberately or not. History Buff is really good, and he's got a good one on Gettysburg. He's also got a good one in Midway and stuff like that. He's got some really crackers. And if you want to see one about actual scale of extras, Waterloo. They basically had over 100.
I did hear something about that. Yeah,
I think it was over 100,000 extras. So they did to when they were actually doing the Battle of Waterloo. They were flying over it, and they basically you see all the units, and they were actually physically extras standing there. The night they basically had a lot of I think it was a Polish army or the Turkish army. They basically had them all dressed up in military gear, and they were flying over them. They were all actually in units.
The thing I loved about the stuff I've been told behind the scenes about Gettysburg, because I love that one. I do recall Waterloo as well, but a lot of the southern troopers, they didn't have shoes, and the extras actually went to the mile and will walk barefoot across this field. It's like, really? You paid like $5 to participate in this, and you're gonna sacrifice your feet stomping over unknown ground. But still, it's a gorgeous movie, fantastic, absolutely gorgeous music played to it, and showing that it isn't like the black and white you're being told is like North versus South, is we're going to end slavery, we're going to do this and this, and we implement this. It's like, that wasn't what the battle was about. It was, we believe this to be accurate. This is why we're fighting for General Lee. And General Lee actually came into Gettysburg, as far as I understand it, with superior numbers. Significantly superior numbers. And on the other side, there was this poor, what was he, lieutenant or something? He's played by Jeff Daniels, and he got placed in the first front skirmish that happened, and then it just went, okay, let's put you to the side. You will get some break. No, the main attack happened on his second side. It was like, okay, let's put you on the really far side so you can actually have a break with your unit. No, that's where the break or the attack is happening. It turned out it is actually true, and the guy lived to be like 80 years old, be senator and whatever he was, but amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say goodnight, I think, because we're fading out here a little bit. But I'm really reluctant to tear myself away because it's been a really, really fascinating
and
discussion tonight. We've been all over.
We missed the review.
We haven't even gone through the
No.
presentations of the week
Yeah,
yet.
no, we have not had a chance to go through the pick of the week and stuff like that.
Yeah,
We'll save
I'm starting
it for
to
next week.
We'll keep it for next week.
I'm just starting to lose major brain cell activity here.
I know that feeling. I started that with a day. I started that 5 minutes before I woke up, losing brain cell activity.
Oh yeah, I was doing really great, and then it was just like all of a sudden it just hits you like a sledgehammer. So
there's a perfect description in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when you drink the all-galactic gargle
oh, the
blaster.
pan-galactic gargle blaster. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I need. Yes.
Right, here's a good quote from Zephyr Beaverbox. There's nothing worse than only having one drunk head.
When you have two.
Well, Wendy and
That's
Darren,
another whole
thank
thing.
you very much again for joining us, and I'll see you Wednesday
Absolutely.
for
Yeah.
our Talons of Wen Chiang review.
Yeah, that is amazing. We're looking forward to that.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to rewatching it again.
Yes,
I do like
and
that one. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So.
It is. Yes, one of ours.
Well, I'm still going to have to try and find it and watch it before it happens, but I will definitely be in the chat.
Lovely.
You should definitely watch it. It's one of these great.
It is superb. Yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is.
definitely. But thank you for joining us and keep staying with us so long.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Take
No
care.
problem.
Good night.
Take care, guys.
Catch you
Take
later.
care.
Ta-ra. Good night.
Bye.
Right. Colin P says his review of Braveheart is talking about basically a history buff. His review of Braveheart got so as far as the opening scene before he started pointing out the inaccuracies. That's correct because he basically pointed out the year they said it happened. It was wrong.
I love Braveheart, but it has so many troubles. Like there's like 500 years between the armor the English are wearing and that stuff. But in terms of story, I love the intro to it.
The story, if you don't think about it, if you take it out of a historical context, it's an okay story. But as soon as they try and put it as historical, that's when you think, nope, doesn't work that way. But that's what he said. The inaccuracies, they actually says William Wallace had born, and it basically told you about when Longshanks came into power, and they just got the years wrong from the very beginning of the movie. And I'm sitting there thinking, really? Thank you. But he also mentions he now wants to binge watch history buffs again. Shadowverse and especially Lindeberg, who are two great channels.
Oh, I love such good channels.
Shad, I love watching them when he's talking about the sword play and even his bows and how they. I do like that. And Lindeberg is great for his World War II or his stuff. He talks about tanks. I do watch both of them. They're both. I'm subscribed to both of them. I do love Lindeberg and Shadowversity as well as history buffs. But yeah, history buffs.
I haven't seen Lindeberg take on yet, but I'm not sure if it's actually mythology or rumor or whatnot. But there was I might remember wrong, but I think it was a Russian tank commander. And he was really, really skilled. We're talking like the Bloody Red Baron.
Yeah.
He was that skilled. He knew where tanks were, how to destroy tanks, all of that nonsense. But I haven't seen that being demolished yet because I've seen Bloody Red Baron being taken to pieces. It's like, yes, it was an aircraft with the insignia, but it may not have been the same individual through and through. It may just have been it's the same this is an immortal death angel blah blah blah. If you see him, you're screwed. And I do realize that in terms of like a battlefield mind is like, if that's the guy you're going up against, and it's like, I'm good. They killed 85 people or destroyed 85 planes of ours. Do I know I'm that good?
See, I've heard different stories about the Red Baron, right? I've heard the one that it was the Red Baron was a code name, and they basically had multiple aircraft as painted the same way, so it was to give the impression. So they were never in the same time. So as soon as one landed, another one take off, or if one got shot down, they were always told to make sure if you thought you were going down, to get out of there, because then somebody else could come in and finish it off. But it was that type of thing. But I've heard that, and I've also heard the one about he was shot not by another plane, but by a trooper on the ground.
Yeah.
I've seen the documentaries talking about both of those, and they said neither of them would work. The one with the person shooting, they were talking about the weapon and the trajectory and where it would likely to go and what would happen, even hitting the actual frame. If it didn't hit the frame, it hitting him directly. The airspeed it would be going at, it would have to go through the propellers. It would have to be so lucky. So basically, it was a case of no. It's very, very. They can't say it definitely didn't happen. They can't say that, but they're saying the possibility of it happening is so remote, it's almost zero. And then the other one about the same multiple aircraft and pilots, just with that, just to give the illusion, they says that couldn't have worked, because if one person shot the Red Baron down and then landed and reported it, and then the Red Baron's there again, and then somebody else may be reporting it 3 months later that they shot him down, but he's there again, it wouldn't work, because then they would realise that's not the same guy. So that's why they reckon that, yes, there is the possibility they could have done that, but it would have had to be so specific. It couldn't have been fighting on his own, because he would have had to have so much backup to make sure he didn't crash. Because if he crashed and over Allied lines, then he's found. There's no way they can hide it. And it's things like that. There was no hide it at that time.
But it is. What was the? I'm not sure about the actual count that have thoroughly been described to him, but it's 83 planes down before he went down, and the average was like 5-1. So he was like racking up numbers, like he was in, like, I downed 40 planes.
Yeah.
Or the persona has downed 40 planes, and you're lucky to get 5 planes down before you go down.
Guys, I need to check out. I need to go.
No problems with that, and I'll see you Wednesday as well.
I'll see you Wednesday.
Definitely looking forward to it, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you for being here, Sadako. I'll see you on, what is it, Wednesday, when you're definitely doing the
September. Remember the 1st of September. Never mind the rest. Catch you later.
Bye, guys.
I have my stack ready.
So
and I didn't even get to show Wendy my special project that I put to the side. So I will definitely have to walk out the camera angle and get back in.
Yeah. We already know who took out the Red Baron anyway. It was a funny looking dog with a big black nose.
Oh, Colin. If you have not seen this, Colin, Snoopy the dog, Bloody Red Baron. It should be a 60 span in monkeys. I saw the rain. Crap. It's very 60s band, but they're doing Bloody Red Baron as the theme song. It's from the 60s.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's on topic.
Yeah, according to the song, 80 men died to end that spree, but that could just be a scan basically to rhyme out with the tune.
No, Colin, it isn't 80s, it's 60s. 80 men died, tried to end that spree.
But the song, that's what I'm saying, if the song's got it, it could be just to ring me because it was a large number no matter what. But I think
it was definitely before MTV happened.
Yeah.
And the single somewhere. All right, Colin, I'm loving you even more now. Yeah. You have the single somewhere.
He's got taste. He basically, a lot of the channels he's in, he basically mentioned I'm in it as well. The same as MC. I always bump into MC in a lot of the chats I'm in as well. I'm glad these guys are actually still with us enjoying it because we're just about to. What we'll do is wait for this, guys, and see if it works. This is just a new thing. Let's try it. Where is it?
Pick of the week.
Yeah, I know, a bit sad. Somebody had suggested to try the pick of the week, and I thought I would actually do a wee intro. So we're going to do pick of the week. What we'll do is we'll go through our charity haul, and then we'll do the pick straight after. Or do you want to do the pick first, and then talk about our charity haul?
I think you're not gonna believe my charity haul this week.
Well, we'll go with charity haul because you're not going to believe what I've managed to pick up this week either.
Oh, I think I got you beat this one. I think I have the slight advantage.
What?
It's just being a bit cocky, but yeah. I think I got it.
See, MC says he's still here streaming myself and Mr. Brown at the same time. I've done that. I've usually got Brown or the Cockney on, and maybe I'm still watching another one. It can be. I have to put headphones in one so I can hear them separately. Otherwise, I've got the two of them actually blaring over the same speakers.
You see, I have a disability. And when people hear I'm half deaf, they think half deaf. They don't think half deaf.
Yeah, you basically.
So I'm completely deaf.
Quiet rather than actually hear just from one side.
Yeah, I'm completely deaf on my right ear. Perfect 2020, whatever it is, hearing on left side. But if you're standing on my right side and try to talk to me, I will never hear you. I will not even notice that you're doing something. But so that's what I'm struggling. But I'm still trying to juggle. But I do have it on my screen, my stereo system, and I'm trying to have like two streams on because unfortunately they clash. So like Friday Night Tights, there are other streams that I would like to like congest, and it's like. Sort of, but sometimes they talk over each other, and it's like, how do I hear them?
Yeah, that's the problem. It's foregone. Colin saying, "Is it the pick of the week? Is it ice pick, miners pick, porn pick?" This is our pick of our collection. So
you don't want to see my bookmarks, Colin.
It's a pick of our collection, so it could be any of or all three.
I will admit, if I would say my pick of the week, it's the Terra Nova Chronicles, because that's the only thing that I've actually watched or listened to this week.
Yeah,
well, I'm almost at the end of the last book, so I sort of know the full story. Too generic. I'm not sure if that's the correct word for it. It's not standout, but it is well developed, as in he's the father of kids that keep screwing up. You understand that? And she's the mother of the kids to the father, by the way, of the kids that are screwing up. It's like, I will kill them. And you actually get the understanding because she has more volume in terms of being a character. Is like, why would you kill them? And it's like, oh yes, you got my vote, go kill your kids.
A very dark one to actually the pick of the week.
I would still not suggest killing anybody, but let's just face it, her kids are screwing up beyond reason, so
yeah. So yeah, Friday night clashes with the Babylon 5 stream. I keep missing that as well, and the stream has just started on Sunday, clashes with the RPG. Which stream is Sunday? Because basically, I'm need to watch Mark D with a C, because he's doing his 100 subscriber stream tomorrow, so I'm going to keep an eye on that.
Well, I need to look into that because him and me, we were exchanging a lot of words early in the days when Purple was starting with. I can't believe it. She's such a lovely lady, but she was teaming with another lady early on.
Yeah, she was. Was it the TDS?
CDS. Anyway, both of them were.
Was it Purple and Blue? Wasn't it Blue Bonnet? Hoovian? Was it?
No. Blue Hoovian was a big patron of the chat. I think she may have even wrenched for the chat back in the day or something. But she was a burlesque lady. That was kind of her gig, and a little bit of Samantha Joe. Sam Joe.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. So
I miss Sam Joe. She was absolutely hilarious, and the stuff she had, and the dresses and outfits and everything is like, wow, this lady's been saving for years.
Yeah, you can guarantee somebody's probably complained. These nutcases out there. But so your pick of the week from your collection is your audiobook. What was it called again?
Terra Nova Chronicles, but I feel bad because it was what I said last week. Because I was about 3/4 through the first book, and now I'm almost at the end of second book. I need to now do Kafka on the Beach. And then I believe it's yours or Wendy's recommendation that comes up next. But when it comes to Terra Nova Chronicles, it has a good voice actor. Although some characters grate a little bit on me. As in, I understand what you tried to do with them, but you're playing the voice a little bit too badly.
Sometimes an author, narrator can ruin a book, even though it's a book you like. If you've read it, listening to an audiobook, you can think. But sometimes even people you don't like can actually make a good job. Ready Player One, I love the book, and it's Will Wheaton. It's actually reading it, and he actually comes across as if he's actually enjoying reading it, and he actually makes it angry. Whereas half the time I can't even be bothered because there's other things that I've listened to him on, and it doesn't sound right. But
Will Wheaton is amazing for Ready Player One, but when I got the Audible subscription, he is the narrator for The Martian, and he's a disaster. He is useless. I could not figure out a human being worse reading this book than him. But there is, fortunately, which I have on my private streaming library, R.C. Bray, that can make Mark Watney come alive. But I will say this also, if ever, Will Wheaton, apologies for saying that you were bad, but the narration that you had directed in this reading of the book or the blog series, R.C. Bray brings Mark Watney alive, whereas the reading from Will Wheaton is just flat. There is no character standout or anything, whereas R.C. Bray brings out all the side characters, all the NASA people on the ground. It's like, crap, we left a human being on the planet. It takes us 8 months to travel there. How are we going to do this? And they're portraying, which in the film is being literally sawed off at the hip by a rusty chainsaw. They're literally that crappily described in the film as compared to the audiobook or the book or the blogs, because the blogs is where this comes from. Because in the blogs or the book, the female characters, the head of press, the lady that does the satellite instructions around the orbit around Mars, they are strong, capable, highly educated. But in the film, it's the head of press lady is the only one that really gets any attention. And the only thing she does is, oh, I screwed up in my life, so I have 2 husbands that I'm divorced from, and I have to pay their alimony. And you're going, that's not the lady in the book. The lady in the book is telling the head of NASA to go and insert something where the sun doesn't shine multiple times because he's giving an unreasonable request.
Yeah.
So it's
that's
the difference.
Have you seen the captain, the Cockney Spock? He basically he basically says, see if somebody's actually say it's different from the book. He says never just assume it's 2 completely separate medias. It's just basically because the book and the movie are it's like I'm trying to think something where they've effectively used the name and that is it. Everything else has changed. Could be anything now. You basically use a name and then change everything about it to make it different from the character that it's called after. But it's that type of thing. They just use the very the bare bones premise of it, and the rest of it doesn't matter. So they'll change every character they want to make it suit what they wanted. So why they brought in a thing like that? But Colin was saying Will Wheaton usually does good.
Yeah, Colin, I'm not going to disagree with you. Will Wheaton has read crap. Now the 2 names. So Ready Player One is a really good book that Will Wheaton has read. And he's done 2 others that I really enjoyed.
John Scalzi, you talking about Furry Nation. There's been a couple John Scalzi's done. I've got them all, but I can't remember off the top of my head what ones it was. I've got my stuff here. So there's my Audible. So
I'm going to slightly disagree whilst you're checking for that with Colin here. it's not so much you need to differentiate between the voices. It is a good reader, a good narrator. They can, even if they can't do different voices, they can still add that extra character to individuals in a story. So even though they can't change the inflections or add, like, I'm Irish or I'm Scottish. Sorry, that was the worst Scottish ever presentation. But even if they can't do that well, they have the slight intonation, the slight bending on the word, that whole thing that makes a character, even if they don't have the voice range to make it into to that level. Well, MC was mentioning 2 amazing stories there. I believe both of them were Philip K. Dick.
They are both great, but
Yeah.
I must admit, I've actually just had a quick run through. Will Wheaton does a lot of John Scalzi in some of the red shirts. Remember the one at the book I recommended to you, Red Shirts? That was the one based on the Star Trek crew.
Yeah, that's. Let me bring up this. It's fifth on my list. Yeah, so sorry, Wendy has 2 stories before you.
Yeah, but this John Scalzi one, Red Shirts, that's the one that was based on the Star Trek one. Remember I was telling you about it last week? That's Will Wheaton reads that one, and that's a good story as well, and he brings it across. If he did Furry Nation as well, and he's did Independence. I'm trying to see what else. He did The Agent to the Stars, which is not a great story. I wasn't as keen on that one. But it's unfortunate.
Here's where I separate a few things. If you have a great storyteller, so say John Hurt and Tales from the Crypt, very crappy stories, but because it's John Hurt, they become awesome. Whereas a crappy storyteller, but a good story, where do you place them?
You cut out just as you started saying that.
Oh, so what I was saying is John Hurt, Tales of the Crypt, amazing storyteller, amazing voice, not the best of the scary ghost stories. Whereas on the other side, you may have amazing story, useless storyteller, and crappy delivery. Yeah. Where do they fall if you take 2 verticals like that? And you can interchange, of course, but
yeah. See, to me, I think a good narrator can lift a story, but they can't always save a story.
Yeah.
Whereas a bad narrator can destroy a story as well as bring it down. So yes, a good story with a bad narration can be bad, but a bad story with a good narrator, no, it's still a bad story. It's just told well. It can just lift it a wee bit. It doesn't necessarily. I don't think it will necessarily make it good with a good narrator behind it. You look at one of the first audiobooks I ever listened to has got one of the best voice actors. I think it was William Gamanara. It was the Sharps books.
Did you send that to me on Twitter?
No. This was one. It's basically, there was the first audiobooks I ever listened to, the Sharp as in the Sharps rifles, that type of thing. One of the audiobooks, I got them on tape. I used to do data input, so that's how long ago it was. So you're talking a good there. It was an audio tape. So I had a Walkman. So I did. So I was sitting there with the wee teeny bit with the headphones. It was the wee sponge. That's how long ago it was on tape. I was listening to it.
I know you're describing it to the audience, but for me, that I've been in IT since 96, and you're saying data input, which probably hasn't been used since 98. I know how far ago it was.
Yeah. Right. So yes. So you're talking about it was 94. So, but I was listening to it on audiobook when I was inputting the data stuff. So the problem was the books were great, but he actually ruined the TV show for me because he was such a good voice and narrator that anytime I saw Sean Bean as Sharp, nope, because that's not who I'd pictured based on Gamanara's description and his cadence and speech. The whole books were fantastic. I listened to them that many times. I actually kept having to sellotape the tapes back together because they kept snapping, falling apart, and I would actually just rewind it and cut it and sellotape it so it would continue on. No, I'm talking about if it's
so you put your cassette tape on the pen and you just went
yes. Yes,
because you wanted to save the battery to be actually allowed to still hear.
Yep.
You didn't want to expend the battery power to rewind the tapes. You just took a pen.
I basically bought 8 rechargeable batteries in the plug so I could have the batteries all there just going click, click, because I was constantly recharging them. But there's Colin said, Red Shirts is hilarious. That's definitely... I love Red Shirts. I would recommend it to my father-in-law, but he's a minister, so because of the language in it, he just doesn't like that type of language. But he would enjoy that if it was that taken out.
I'm gonna jump in here with a slight odd recommendation, and if you lift your right arm, PJ,
that one.
Yep, the one with the padding, the wrist support and everything.
Yeah.
This is a game even you can play.
As long as I don't have to do that.
No, you don't have to do too much. It's a choice selection play. But there is a game on Steam, and I think it's been around for about 10 years now.
Uh-huh.
And essentially, it is you are a Star Trek red shirt assigned to a space station. But the first information you ever get going onto the space station is that this space station will be destroyed in the next 1,000 days. But you don't have to run around and fix screws and restart or realign anything. You have to make friends on Facebook to be ordered to get on a ship going off the space station before it gets destroyed.
Oh dear.
That's the entire premise of the game. You are a red shirt. Get enough friends to not die.
That sounds... I'm glad I actually don't use Steam anymore.
Are you familiar with the Thursday Next
series? Thursday Next series? I don't recognise that name.
Can you give more description, Colin?
He's got a habit lesson play at lectures well. Yeah, I still listen to the audio. When plays lectures while driving to reenactments shows a few years ago. Haven't listened to the radio since. I even listen when I'm shopping. I basically listen to audio I've never listened to radio. I've not listened to radio for years. I listened to my audiobooks in my car. I was driving 7 days a week, and I was driving 4 hours a day. So I was doing a lot, but since the lockdown, I only drive once in a blue moon now.
So my usual shopping is in Sainsbury's, and I don't dare have headphones on. I need to hear what the dangerous ladies around me are doing because I would get killed if I didn't.
No, I basically, because I'm in my car, I do it because I've got headphones, but hurt my ears, so they do. I'm getting old and frail. Terrible.
So have I. I've started to notice that I used to have my pad this close, but it is getting the full arm stretch, and it's like,
I don't need a pair of glasses. I just need longer arms. As my dad used to say, he doesn't need glasses. He just needed longer arms. Yeah, if I was a red shirt, the first thing I would do is actually become a medic.
Sorry to the both of you, but if you're in the Star Trek universe and you have a red shirt,
you're less likely to die.
What is the price of you trading your red shirt with, say, a yellow shirt? There is no one that would buy your red shirt.
Actually,
None.
See, if you actually look at it, there actually, believe it or not, been studies into it. I listened to Steven, especially in the 5-hour ones when I worked from home.
Mm-hmm.
Jasper Fjord, the stories basically take place literally within other books. Being annoyed that he looks like Daniel Radcliffe. Earbuds, it doesn't matter. That's why I've got headphones. I've got wireless ones for that, because the anybuds are just annoying my ear. And
I need to replace these ones probably. I'm probably going to go for earbuds next time, but these are just so damn comfy. Unless it would be like well, luckily this summer we haven't had the extreme summer.
Yeah, the heat, pain. But I quite agree, because hold on, MC's looks going to have to go, busy day tomorrow. Thank you, MC, for joining us and sticking with us, and we will catch you next time. Hopefully catch you on Wednesday with the dog.
There's so many that are gonna miss out on my big haul here. And I even had a big, massive secret surprise where I was going to go, can anyone guess what this box set is?
What we'll do is, since you did your recommendation in the audiobook, I'll do my recommendation of my pick of the week from my collection now. It's quite simple, and what I'll do is, I've already done a review of this, so I'll put it in the chat, in the description after this is finished. It is Chance in a Million. Simon Callow and Brenda Blethyn. It is a copy of 2 seasons. It is fantastic. I've done a review of it, so I'll just go to the review and check it out, because I love this. It's just so funny. Simon Callow and Brenda Blethyn are fantastic in it. They play to their strength. Brenda plays Alison, who is a mousy librarian with the heart of a vixen. And Simon plays an eccentric, shall we say, who things happen. Everything, it's a 1 in a million chance, happens to Tom Chance. Be it good or be it bad, he accepts it because he grew up with it. He doesn't work. Why does he not work? Because he's got 10 premium bonds that constantly come up. Why is he getting arrested? Because his car just so happens to look the exact same as the one that robbed the bank, or he's dressed and he looks like the guy who just committed a crime. Chance in a Million. I'll put the review in the description. I would recommend that one. That is my pick of the week from my collection. So get them over and done with quickly, and that way we can go on and do our charity haul. See what we got. So the hauls.
So I will let you go first. So kindly
Okay.
describe what you have, and then I'll proceed mine.
Well, I've already showed you some of the stuff that I got, which was my Star Trek stuff. So I got Uhura, Khan, Spock, and Kirk. So I'd already mentioned them earlier, so I just thought I would actually bring them back up. However, before I go into my DVDs, I'll show some of the other. I've already showed this as well, but I'll show it again just so the guys missed. It is the Phoenix. I had to take it out of the box because the figure is just superb. Can't get too much detail on it because go close to camera makes it a wee bit fuzzy, but the detail in this is absolutely amazing. You had to take it out of the box because you couldn't see the Phoenix rising up behind her. You had to take it out just for that. So got that one. And I also picked up Shazam. So it's just a small Shazam. So it was actually the meta. I was never a big Shazam fan, but I do like the DVD. So, haul of the week. The best thing I got from the charity shops, I didn't buy. My father-in-law bought it for me. And here he is. Here it is. Look at that. Laurel and Hardy from a charity shop. My father-in-law knows I'm a son of the desert, so he got me them. I love it. That was from the charity shop. That's the best thing from the charity shop. However, I got a couple of other things. I had shown last week one of my picks from B&M, believe it or not, which was Superman. Remember Superman? 3D Jigsaw. I had picked that up and I says I was looking for the Flash. Well, I managed to get him. I got the Flash.
Very nice.
Very nice. It's the 3D Jigsaw again, but it just looks really nice. It's the classic Flash. None of this Ezra Miller rubbish. And I also picked up a couple of other ones. Wonder Woman.
Look at that.
It is a
Really nice bust.
Yes, it is. And the figure's not too bad either. Sorry. And I got one I wasn't as keen on, but I thought, yeah, I might as well try. The Green Lantern.
Green Lantern.
Yeah. They did have the Aquaman, but I just couldn't bring myself to buy Aquaman. I was not as keen on the Green Lantern, but it still is a nice model. I can't deny that. But the Aquaman one is, apart from the head, it's almost like a see-through orange, and it just doesn't.
You see, that's what I'm looking for to. Where's my hand going? This blank space I have to build small shelves where I can place, if I can get busts like that.
Yeah. Well, these are just 3D jigsaws, £5 each. It's just, you can see a bit this because obviously I've moved it. So, but in effect, it's just a 3D jigsaw. You can just see the outlines, but that's only because I didn't want to press it too hard in because of my hand. But they just look beautiful, considering £5 each. And see online, if you're purchasing them on eBay, you're talking about a minimum of £12. And there's
you got yourself a good profit there.
Yeah,
if it wasn't for the fact that you wanted to keep them for your collection.
Yes, that's it. There is 3 other ones for the collection. So there is Batman, which in the shop I've been in, they didn't have. They've got Cyborg, which is it's an okay model, so it wasn't in today. So, and they had Aquaman and they were pants. But they've also got the full set on 3D Jigsaw, but it's almost clear. So, like for instance, the Green Lantern is all clear green. The whole thing, face and everything is all clear. So it's like it's the same shape, but it's a clear green. Wonder Woman is clear red. The Flash is clear orange. Superman is clear blue. You get the idea. Don't like them. Don't like them at all. But it is, unfortunately, it doesn't actually look like either Linda or Gal, but it's meant to be Gal Gadot's. So it is.
Well, I'm still picking it out from the bus showing that that is Wonder Woman.
It's basically, you can see from the eagle there. It's just basically it's almost like a spike with just the wee notch taken out for the eagle head with the beak. So it's more Gal Gadot than it is. But they're still nice models. I'm not going to complain because they're beautiful. And now for my DVD.
Oh wow! Yeah, I feel like I have a big collection.
Yeah, right,
going this week, but you got. We do have a fair few amount of chats going on, by the way.
Right, I've got me up to thing. So, Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, the complete selection, 5 DVDs. The both seasons of Yes Prime Minister and 3 seasons of Yes Minister.
Well, I'm still hunting for that one. It's like I'm tempted to actually go eBay for it because I can't find it in my charity shops.
Well, I was lucky. I was really lucky, so I can't really complain because I walked in and there it was sitting there for £3. So I got some nice oldies. Meet Me in St. Louis, Judy Garland.
Oh, nice.
Very
good old classic.
My name is Tallulah. I live till I die. Bugsy Malone. I remember going to see that with my cousins. We found money, so we went to the pictures. We found a whole £10, and 7 of us went to the pictures.
Of course you did.
That long ago, on the bus, where the bus fare was 6p to get to the town. I'm that old, yes. Yeah, there you go. I've never been a big fan at the time, the Cyborg or the Green Lantern, I must admit. I've never been a big fan. But I picked this one up. I've never even heard of this one. Super Shut Up Crime. It has got Rain Wilson, Elaine Page, Liv Tyler, and Kevin Bacon. And the tagline is
something.
The tagline for it is far better than Kick-Ass and ridiculously amusing. So it looks like a Kick-Ass type movie.
That's a very high praise for a film, if I'm going to be honest. Can you send me a link to what it was? Because I love Kick-Ass as the first one, because that's literally the first time you hear about the teenager saying, I want to be a superhero. I just don't know how.
Yep.
Whereas the second one is like, okay, I know I can do some stuff.
Yeah.
It kind of felt false on it.
The taglines from Little White Lies is 5 stars. From Empire, it got 4 stars. From Hollywood Reporter, it got ridiculously amusing. And from Reeling Reviews, it got far better than Kick-Ass. So it's called Super Shut Up Crime. So
Colin has a good comment here, where unfortunately it is about the TV show that everybody loves.
Oh, Big Babylon 5 fan. Love it.
So do I. And unfortunately, I hate to break the world for everybody else. It's like there is never, ever a strong female character. And suddenly, Babylon 5, 1990, was it 6 somewhere? You have Ivanova, and you have Delenn. And they're literally the strongest female characters, stronger than any male character ever portrayed. Because Delenn is going, there is no human fleet that have ever survived a conflict with the Minbari fleet. The only one that ever survived is behind me. You're in front of me. If you value your life, go somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, be somewhere else. And Ivanova is going, Ivanova is always right. Ivanova, you should always trust what Ivanova says.
Listen to Ivanova. Trust Ivanova. Ivanova is always right.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. But
I love the both of them.
Fan.
And I'm so sad that Mira Furlan, she passed away way too young. But she was amazing in that. And a strong character journey even as well. Not only for Delenn, but for Ivanova as well.
Yeah.
Got the most of the World at War before I acquired the in download.
I've got the World at War, so I have. I love that. It's basically, I just remember the dun. It's just basically the big title scenes, and I remember watching that when I was a teenager, and it just digged me. So once I got a chance, I've got it. I don't watch it regularly, so I probably watched it the last time was maybe a year or two ago. But I still think it's a fantastic documentary series, The World at War.
I'm misremembering this, or am I thinking this is a documentary series about World War One rather than World War Two?
This one, The World at War, is basically just it was just talking about it. It talked about the camps. It talked about the war in different fronts. It was just in how it affected people and the Blitz and all that. The World at War is just basically it could be harrowing at times, so it could, but it was just such a iconic show.
Well, I'm definitely not the snowflake, so I would like my heroes at times to be in danger.
Yes.
You will.
And I'm just laughing because the mantra for Babylon 5, are you wanting the mantra from Ivanova? Ivanova is always right. I will listen to Ivanova. I will not ignore Ivanova's recommendations. And Ivanova is God. And if you ever happen again, Ivanova will personally rip out your lungs out. I've got a few of Babylon 5. Arrogance and stupidity, all in one package. How efficient of you, Londo Maralari.
But you see, Ivanova is supposed to be, I just need to get my job done kind of character. She has discipline, she has work ethics, she has everything that comes with it. But she's up against Sheridan, she's up against Jakar, she's up against Londo. And even the minions of Jakar and Londo coming to her with demands, and she's still is like, I am Ivanova, you will listen to me or you will die.
But yeah, I love it. Basically, Londo was one of my favourites. Intelligence has nothing to do with politics. I'll show you this. This is the figures I've got. Apart from the two there, I've got these ones as well. I've got those ones. So I've got Ivanova. I'll need to actually switch that off a wee second. So I've got Ivanova, I've got Londo, I've got Jakar, I've got Delenn, I've got Veer, and I've got Sheridan. and I've obviously got Garibaldi and Londo again there. So I do like my Babylon 5. So I've even got.
I'll definitely be up for it if you ever do the stream about Babylon 5, because
Definitely.
I so love it. For me, Babylon 5, even though it was only like the one time in a season trying to play against other sci-fi shows, for me, that's almost as awesome as Farscape is.
See, I've got the videos of Farscape VHS, the whole 2 sets of them. But Colin was saying that Claudia Christensen, a co-writer, wrote a couple of books about Ivan ever taking command of a destroyer. I need to dig them out. They actually look sounding me, but I actually almost met her. She was going to Edinburgh Comic Con, and I was meant to be going, but we got the chance to go scuba diving, and it was a case of scuba diving or Edinburgh Comic Con. Edinburgh Comic Con, Claudia might turn up again, but the scuba diving I knew was a once in a lifetime, because technically I shouldn't be allowed to because I'm diabetic. I'm not allowed to, but sort of managed to get a pass on it. So
I will top you here. I am also diabetic, unfortunately. For those of you who have never heard about diabetes or blah, blah, blah nonsense, doesn't really mean anything. Just be more careful about what you eat.
Yes.
But that's essentially it, because there's nothing really you can do about it. But I have been swimming off the coast of Cuba with manta rays and Worf's family in real life.
Well, there you go. See, I can't actually compete with that, unfortunately.
It's not about competition. It's something I was extremely fortunate to do. I mean, I live in the UK. It cost a bloody fortune. I saved for
Tell me
a
about
year and a half to make that journey happen, and just so happened to be lucky enough to be on the boat trip that made the trip to go out to the reefs, to swim with the manta rays with him, and he was there because chance.
Lucky bugger. Extremely lucky.
I will say this. I will say this. I've met him twice, and the first time he went absolutely grumpy Worf. Don't talk to me. Go away. I do not want any of you fans asking me for signatures whatsoever. Next year, he would come back and it's like, I might have overplayed my role a bit. I did not mean to scare you away. Please do come around and ask for a signature. And I found that absolutely endearing. It's like the first time it was like, I know there is hundreds of you that would like my signature or want something. So he went protective and it's like, please do not. But he went in the Worf voice. It's just like, don't come anywhere near me. And people really obeyed him. It's like no one was asking for his signature, apparently. But the following year, because he was so successful, it's just like, please come and ask for my signature.
Yeah. Well, I'll just have to still be jealous. I can't help that. Colin says, do each of the spaceships have a spaceship model? They do. Ivanova comes with a Star Fury. Londo comes with a Centauri transport. Jakar comes with a Narn flyer. Sorry, no, it's not an armed flyer. It's a Narn fighter. It's a Minbari with Delane. It's a Minbari flyer with Delane. It's a Centauri heavy cruiser with Veer, and it's the Babylon 5 station with Sheridan. I couldn't. The name just went click. You, where'd it go?
No, but it's because we have Sheridan and what's the guy before him? He gets forgot because even though he played an important part and he become spoiler. Sinclair, yeah. He becomes important to the Rangers in the future.
Yes. Yeah. Not the one.
No, that's Sathras. Sathras is not the one. Sathras has nothing to do with you. Sathras not think you the one.
The one, but not the one.
I love. If there's any fictional character that I would ever want to be, it's Sathras.
Yeah, I quite agree with Space Dinosaur. The Babylon 5 RPG books sound awesome. I've never played the Babylon. I've played GURPS and I played Red Dwarf under the GURPS rules, but that was years ago. Bridget Nielsen, there you go. You once saw Bridget Nielsen?
She has dimensional problems in the other direction as well.
Could tell. Yes,
Sinclair Valen. Yep, but that's the extended part of the story because I like the fact that he got removed from season 1, but he's back as in background story.
Yeah, Babylon Squared. It basically was.
Yeah, he's essentially Valen after season 1, but again, spoiler. But just saying Valen won't spoil anything.
No, but I say basically it's not after season 1. He disappears after season 1. It's Babylon Squared.
Yes.
When it happens. Anyway, JMC is going to be they're currently in talks to be the showrunner for Doctor Who. Don't think it's going to happen.
Well, shall I give my character hold?
It's a long time.
Oh, Colin, you're showing your age now.
I used to play GURPS when I was at college, so that's why basically it was Red Dwarf. So
I don't think I was even able to walk by the time I was playing GURPS.
Babylon Squared was season 1. I thought it was later than that. War Without End. That's what it is. It's War Without End. Babylon Squared is when they first come across it, and then it's the War Without End.
It's slightly overlapping.
Was when it basically pops back up for the final time. That's what it was. I'm getting the two titles mixed up because Babylon Squared. I'm thinking it's later on one where the station pops back up, but that's the first time it pops up. Hence the reason why sorry. Well done for spotting that. Now, I'll fly through these ones and then you go into you, right?
Yeah, I just have sort of like a half comment back there. It's Sinclair versus Sheridan story is quite overlapping.
They do, yeah.
And it's overlapping for a long time, but the best thing that comes out of Babylon 5 is Sathras.
No, Sathras is the funniest, definitely.
Yes, as I was saying, but he's the funniest, but he's also the saddest character.
He's the saddest, funniest, and he's also he's a perfect character because he's got flaws and he just gets on with it.
Yeah.
And how many Zathras is there? Because it could be Zathras, or it could be Zathras, or it could be Zathras.
Sathras is the one.
Yes. But that's
you're not the one. Sathras is the one.
Yeah. Yep. So there's
Jim
fly through
Carrey,
my picks.
we got a good one going on.
Yeah. Liar, liar, and a nice classy old one. Romancing the Stone and Jewel of the Nile.
Oh, Romancing the Stone. I love that. That's Douglas and
Turner. Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner, and it's basically it's 2 movies, so it's the Jewel of the Nile as well. So picked that up. I was very pleased with it. It's nice set. I got Con Air. Nicolas Cage. Not one of my favorites.
I think that's one of Cage's greatest ones because
it's like Malkovich, like Cusack, and I'm not. It's not one of my favorite movies, but it is still enjoyable.
Yeah, well, for me, I enjoy it because he comes in. I'm the superstar, and suddenly he gets squished between Malkovich and Buscemi and Cusack. Cusack being the hunter, but he's on the plane, but he's between Buscemi and Malkovich.
Yeah,
and I think he's really expanding, like he's flexing his muscle, and it's like you see the force field coming out of him, and it's like, I want to actually be here. So for me, that's a thoroughly enjoyable film because it's actors flexing their muscles, but also playing it down. So if you take the Buscemi, when he's having coffee with the young girl, and you have had the introduction. He's in the whole Hannibal Lecter mask, being pushed onto the plane, and suddenly he's there. There's no security guard. There's no nothing. There is nothing, and he's having pretend coffee or pretend tea for us UK people with, what is he, 8 years old? And he comes away nice from it. That's brilliant playing.
I know, but it's just it's a genre type. It's not my favourite genre, which I've already said it's the thing. But I know it's a good movie, and that's why I've got it, because it is a good movie, but it's just not one of my favourites. But my favourite genre, which is shock horror.
The Piranha
3D, right? No. But Colin, basically, yes, some of us are old enough to remember Thunderbirds and Stingray. I remember some, yeah, I'm old. But look what came with this, right? Piranha 3D.
Wow. You even got the blue and red glasses coming with it.
It basically came with it and they've never been opened. So I'm looking forward to that. And I got a good old Clint Eastwood, Hang 'em High.
Oh, please. I so need to go through the Western stage again. Eastwood. Oh crap! His name fell through the gaps. Wayne, John Wayne.
You mean him, the Duke, John Wayne,
the Duke? Yeah, True Grit. I will say one thing that I was not disappointed, not satisfied, but not disappointed, was the remake of True Grit. So they made it new again. It
was okay, but it just wasn't True Grit for me, because Rooster Coburn just being the drunk. Nah, it didn't work. It did not work for me. But it's only that
and I will say in the new one,
less of a hero or a a good guy because they made him a drunk, so they had to give him a flaw, but the flaw just didn't work for me. So I've not got it. I could have picked that up today as well, but I passed it. But since we were talking about it earlier on, I'd already picked this up. Steve Martin, cheaper by the dozen. So it's the Steve Martin. So I'd picked that up. But I also picked up.
You're making my collection look really bad for this week.
Terminator Judgment Day. Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And this one is
a nice collection box.
The ultimate DVD. The ultimate DVD, two DVD set. So it has. So I'm looking forward to that one. I also picked up another Schlock horror. Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, Cabin in the Woods. Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, that I just love the whole premise of that, the silliness of it's a game. But I picked up some nice. How's that one? The Matrix.
Really,
I'm not keen in the other two.
You're smashing my collection this week. I'm looking at it. It's like my stack is shrinking by the second.
What about a nice Billy D. Williams? And do you know who else is in it? When we're talking about Babylon,
go away. That's not a good thing. That's.
Do you know who else is in it?
Yep.
Tracy Scoggins. Babylon 5's Tracy Scoggins.
Yeah.
I love Tracy Scoggins, and she's in. It's just hilariously fun. And it is a B movie. It's Alien Intruder. It's Billy D. Williams, Maxwell Caulford, and Tracy Scoggins. So it is a B movie.
But let's face it, you and I grew up in a time where B movies were better than the A movies.
Right.
And we if you want Western from me, like cowboy pew pew pew, it is Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Yeah.
The other thing is
get
off your horse and drink your milk.
And I like the Hammer stuff as well.
Yeah, the hammer is.
I picked up.
But I don't consider the Hammer to be that horror.
They're not schlock horror. They're classic horror. You can't really put them in
it has scary moments. It is like today's. Splat! Someone died, and you just went.
Yeah.
Well,
it is
I spent the last 30 minutes
horror.
wishing they died.
Right. Do you want me to show you my last one for today?
Do I have the energy? Because you demolished my collection. Oh, come on. Just before June is being released as the new big thing.
And I picked up the classic one, widescreen edition. It's basically, I'm over the moon with my collection. I got Butch Cassidy, I got True Grit, I got June. Come on. Liar. I'm not.
You see, I'm feeling kind of embarrassed trying to show my collection that I've literally stacked up on my side here. It's, I know I got good stuff, but I don't know how they're gonna compare. So,
but come on. In all fairness, how long have I been doing this? I go
at least 2 years longer than I have.
Yeah, and I go through a charity shop 1 week, find nothing, and they say nothing's there, and I could go in the next week and drag out 5 or 10 things. But these are charity shops I hadn't visited in about 6 months.
But that's what the rule I'm keeping to. I can go to the sex shop.
I went there as well. So I did.
I'm still staying away from the sex shop, but I go to the charity shops to get my stuff. But if I'm going to be brutally honest, there are so many TV shows, films, and everything that I would want to get that they do have, but they don't have the special edition or the widescreen edition or extended edition or the collector box. So I go, maybe not, but I sometimes feel I should pick it up. But I do have a larger than normal collection for this presentation. So I'm going to begin with a very...
Colin asked a question. He says, is it the extended version? No, it's the widescreen version. It's basically the widescreen 5.1 surround sound, and it's just basically sci-fi so it's not the extended version, so it'll be the classic as it was broadcast version. So it's just widescreen, not anything fancy above that.
Just thought I would answer that one because with the widescreen you get the 5.1, so you get more of the audio, the what's called this sensory feedback, which is good. But I do have this one.
All right, I can't.
It looks very thin, and it is extremely thin, but
Thelma and Louise, superb.
But it's the very, very thin version.
I've got a couple of that. I've got one that's called the Crackman with Charlie Drake, and it is that ultra thin. So it is. And I would like to get more like that, just for the simple fact is I can get more on my shelves. But I do like the double discs or the ones with the part in it with the documentation about it and stuff like that. So
next up, and I love this actor.
Oh, did you see what Colin said about June?
I got the edition with the alternate opening from a church room. From Thelma and Louise?
No, it was the Dune. We were talking about the Dune.
The Dune. Yeah, that's a very good catch, Colin.
And it very nice.
But my next one contains one of my favorite actors, and I will say I don't love him from this particular film. I love him from George and the Jungle. But look what I got down here.
Full uncut version. Yeah, I don't even know if mine's is the full uncut version. See, you've got that one. I've got the three of them. I love Brendan Fraser. I've basically been hunting for all his stuff. Scrubs, got the when he was in Scrubs. I'm still looking for the one. What was the one that he played a kid whose parents took him underground because they thought it was going to be the war in the 60s, the atomic war.
Blast in time, blast
from the past. Blast from the past. I've been hunting for that one as well because and that and Bedazzled. I watched. I've got to watch.
Let's just say in Bedazzled, Elizabeth Hurley is very, very attractive, and it's like, okay, I know I might be married or was married when it came out, but it's like Elizabeth Hurley playing the devil, supposed to be attractive to anyone. She is.
Yeah. So my version of the Mummy is just a bog standard version. You've got the better version.
If you put it up on the screen so we can see it, because I have the next one ready.
Right, basically the one I've got is just the bog standard version. No, nothing special.
Oh, you don't have the uncut one. It'd be interesting to see what it actually means, the uncut versus the non-uncut.
This has only got the just bog standard bonus material, direct commentary, deleted scene, commentary with Brendan Fraser, visual effects, storyboard, photos, and theatrical trailer. So yours will have it'll probably be a longer cut.
So what I got is making of featurette, building a better mummy, deleted scenes, visual and special effects formation featurette, theatrical trailer, feature commentary, well, interactive DVD-ROM nonsense is basically select your stuff on menu.
Yeah.
Egyptology 101. Facts about the ancient Egypts.
Yours definitely surpasses the one I've got. You've got a better quality. You've got a better copy. So you have.
I hope for someone that can actually pause the stream that would be good enough to see what the features are.
It's a wee bit.
It's probably blurry because the camera wouldn't catch up, but I tried.
I'm looking at it. It's a wee bit blurry. You can read parts of it, but so I did a screenshot of it, and I've got best blockbuster of the year, something of the Egyptian desert.
Yeah. It seems to be a lot about the research behind it, because it's obviously the first ones they want to try and like highlight what the pyramids was.
Yeah. But that's a beautiful copy, that one.
My next one is the number one on the IMDb.com list film of all times. And I'm going to ask if you can guess what it is.
IMDb's, what did you say? Number one?
Number one of all times.
Oh, depends, because you know what it's like with these. Depends when it was actually created, the number one of all times. What would that class as the best movie of all time? See, I would go for classic. It has to be classic. Real. I would say, oh God, I don't know. It would have to be a classic. It can't be anything newer than 20-year-old.
Well, it's from a very extremely popular film. It went up against in the same year as Forrest Gump, but it flopped. However, through time and erosion and blah blah blah.
See, Colin, Shawshank Redemption. See, Colin says Metropolis or Gone with the Wind. I would have said along those lines as well. I wouldn't have put Shawshank Redemption. I have that, but I've got it under my wife's collection, so that's true. It's not in my man cave. My wife loved that movie. It's one of her favorites.
It's a brilliant film, and if I look at Forrest Gump and Shawshank Redemption at the same level, the storytelling, the methods, the things, the pacing, everything they're trying to do are sort of on the same level. But I will say Forrest Gump wins more, that you know more about Forrest Gump, and I will put you on the spot. Tim Robbins. What is his name in this film? You know Tom Hanks is Forrest Gump, but what is Tim Robbins' name in this film?
I have no idea. I've only seen that movie probably at the most twice.
Exactly. But that is what makes it such an amazing film. It's, even though you have Morgan Freeman within it, he's not like too standout. It's like, oh yeah, he was in this film. It's like, oh, he did that film. So he's mellower or lower or whatever it's called, but the composition and one of my favorite characters or actor is actually in that, and where I actually learned to learned to love him. Look at me talking like how I learned to love the Russian Spy or whatever the film was called. But it is the drill sergeant Zed from Starship Troopers, which is one of my favorite stories ever.
Yeah, I love
He is the
Starship Troopers.
prison sergeant in this film with the same kind of attitude. It's like, you shall not do blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I must admit, I love Starship Troopers. So I picked up the third one of that. Watched part of the comparison between the film and the book of Forrest Gump. Sadly, the review gave rather political during the review. That's always the case when they start doing that with the reviews of programs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown, that's the name of him. And he did a sci-fi TV show called like Earth 1 or Earth 2 or something as well. And I really liked his performance in it.
Yeah.
And it was like, it wasn't the best sci-fi TV show you could ever see. It was decent enough.
The problem is it's actually trying to get hold of these shows now. I'm still trying to get a hold. I'm still trying to get a copy of Day of the Triffids and Tripods.
Oh, wow.
I could buy them on eBay. That's the thing. I could buy them if I wanted them. But I don't want to spend 20, 30 quid for a DVD. I would rather just actually take my chance and I enjoy the hunt in the charity shops. But I would love to get a hold of the Tripods.
But really, would Day of the Triffids be 30 quid today?
No, the Tripods.
I mean, it's an amazing show. Was it 2 films or something? But
see the Tripods is about 25 to 30 quid, and then you're still talking about 10 to 15 quid for the Day of the Triffids. That's what I'm saying. It's 30 to 40 quid between the two. That's not individually. But I like the hunt, so I do.
Colin was saying something. I watch him. Fortunately, he rarely gets political. Well, that's a good thing for an actor, in my mind. It's I don't mind. What's her big name? Blackhead. She played in the Witches TV show and everything. She's extremely political today, but that doesn't really taint me.
Was that the one it was in, the one about 3 witches?
Yeah, 3 witches.
And Beverly Hills 90210.
I don't know, but whatever political stuff she wants to do today doesn't taint my thinking of how well or how bad, because there were places in the TV show where it's like, really, you were phoning this in from Antarctica? When she was there, when she had the motivation, it was like, wow, this is well delivered. It is like, you believe she wants this police character, detective, whatever it is, to be interested in the whole level.
You cut off the word interested. Colin was saying it when he was saying about the politics. It wasn't Clancy Brown he was talking about. It was the viewer he was talking about. He'd been saying about the guy who was doing the person that was doing the review called political, and then they mentioned Clancy Brown.
For Colin, it's Rose McGovern.
Yep.
I have no clue what the list is up to. Any.
Cool.
But
and he was talking.
I do have more.
With
Earth 2, yes, that's the one with Clancy.
Yeah. And the Day the Triffids TV series I was talking about, not the movie. So,
Ooh, different one.
right, let's see what you've got.
I do have a surprise here. And even if my microphone is cutting out, you're gonna know what this is. Oh.
No, I missed it.
Slippery fingers.
80 double back. See, I think they're quite funny. They're just silly funny. The Ice Age stuff.
You see, I got this for one thing and one thing alone, and it is the squirrel.
Type thing.
Yeah, it's a squirrel because he has a separate solo hunt where he's hunting a nut and he's finally he's planting it down. Unfortunately, he's causing an ice crack just up everything and the planet falls apart.
Yeah.
But it is both of them. So it is one
See,
and
the Ice
two.
Age, I think they're just fun. That's what those type of movies should be. They shouldn't be anything else. And I must admit, I never watched Charmed either. My kids used to watch it, but that's the only reason I was aware it was on, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. I knew the three of them were witches, and that was it.
Well, I do have my final one.
And
this is going to be a challenge. So take a deep swig of your iron brew.
I just did.
You're gonna need your brain cells for this one, because I don't think
a pop quiz.
I don't think you'll get this one.
I thought you'd frozen there for a minute. I don't recognise that at all.
Come on.
It looks like peacocks. Or...
Come on,
like peacocks. I'll give you the full screen. Hold on, I'll give you the full screen so I can see what it actually looks like. Right. So we talking about DVD?
Oh yes, a multiple collection TV series.
It looked enormous.
I'll give a hint. LucasArts Films.
See, the only one I'm thinking of is Young Indiana Jones.
Oh, would you look at this?
There you go. I'm not as bad. I'm not as bad as I thought. Then, Young Indiana Jones.
I'm actually surprised you clocked that from the outset, because if I'm holding it up, okay, it's upside down, but it's all of it in its glory.
Yep.
And the thing is, the pages inside do contain part of the story.
That's fantastic. I must admit, that is a really good set. I must see, because all I was thinking is, I'm trying to think what one looks was set in Egypt, and I'm thinking it definitely wasn't Stargate, because that's nothing to do with Stargate. And I'm trying to think if anything it was Egypt thing. When you said Lucasfilm, I says it could only be Indiana Jones, so it could be. But so that's why, because I remember I actually enjoyed the Young Indiana Jones. It was different.
Yep, that's why I got it.
Yeah, it was definitely different, and I have seen it a couple of times, and I did enjoy it. I'm trying to even remember if it's still if it's on any of the services. It's still, I could watch it again, but it's one of those ones.
But it's in my collection now. It's firmly planted here.
That is a beautiful collection. I must admit, the Young Indiana Jones brings back some nice, because I know because I've got the set with the 4 movies or the 3 movies. Well, I actually got the set with the 3 movies, the bonus, and the 4th movie. So I have. Although the Crystal Skull I'm no bothered about. The other 3 I really enjoy. And I did enjoy the Young Indiana Jones as well. I think I actually prefer Young Indiana Jones to probably Raiders is probably in Crystal Skull. Raiders in Temple of Doom and Young Indiana. I like.
Yeah. I remember. I haven't seen this one in years, so this one, as opposed to the other boxes that I've shown, I actually picked up this morning. It's like I don't recall any of the shows, but I recall seeing them growing up. But
Yeah.
I was literally holding the box in my hand, standing in the charity shop, and it's like, anyone, please, like any story. It's like none of them came to mind. So that is my watching for this extended UK holiday weekend we have.
Have you frozen again? Or looks like he's crashed. The last time I crashed out, I basically looked as if I was sleeping. But I need to get a screenshot of that because he slagged me the last time because I looked ridiculous. So I need to get a screenshot. So come on. Here's my screenshot. So it looks like he's at, well, I'll get him back on it. Anyway, yes. The Young Indiana. Yeah, that the fridge was a bit ridiculous. But the Young Indiana Jones was actually, it was a slight difference to it. It was just obviously it's meant to be when he's learning his archaeology. And I must admit, I've quite enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to trying it again. But what I've got to do is there's the one I want to watch next week. Or sorry, the one I have watched this week. You might have missed the thing, and I'm going to do a review of it. Is Boss Level. It was recommended by someone in my chat for the video I uploaded for yesterday's war because I don't normally watch new movies, so I decided to watch a new movie and give a review of it. Is my video being glitchy as well? I know Jim's was. I didn't realise mine was. So fingers crossed it's no the internet is kicking out. So what I'll do is, since Jim seems to have got kicked, and I'll check to see if he's actually messaged it to me. He's back in. Did you get kicked, son? Your camera's off. Your camera broken.
Yep, it's a weird thing. It seems to happen at 2:00 every morning for some reason.
Yeah. Well, Colin was saying my video looks a bit glitchy as well. So I'm wondering if it's something to do with the connection across the board. Maybe with Streamlabs, because my every so often I'll see yours glitching, but he's gone again. So what we'll do is, if he comes back on, we'll finish off shortly. But as I was saying, I was recommended to do a review. I did a review of Tomorrow's War, looking at new movies from an old guy's perspective because I don't really like the new stuff. And it was recommended to watch Boss Level. The review's meant to have come out yesterday, but I actually enjoyed Boss Level that much. I watched it 3 times. So just the picture being really weird. I don't know what's causing that. It could be just a glitch on whatever caused Jim to actually be kicked, because he got kicked twice. So thanks for keeping us informed with that, Colin. And as I said, my review was meant to be out yesterday, but I enjoyed Boss Level that much. I watched it 3 times. So I've got to do a review of it, and the review is obviously going to be very positive for a new movie. I quite enjoyed it. So accordingly, my audio's fine, but it's my picture's glitching out as well. So what I'll do is I'll stop the cam. Maybe that'll help it a wee bit. See if it actually stops it glitching out too much.
It might be something like that.
Yeah.
Because it's weird though, because for me, well, last week when we did it, I said my camera dies about 203 or 207 or something. And it did it this time again. But it's when I'm doing StreamYard, stream services, whatever it is. And it seems to die just around that minute. So it might just be that it's when we start. So if we did it like a 10 o'clock start, it might be 3 o'clock. I do not know. But anyway, it was lucky that the camera died because I showed my haul. And because Wendy's not here anymore.
Do you want to rephrase that? It sounded like you showed your hole rather than showed your haul.
Oh dear God! Well, I'm a Viking. We taught the Scottish how to wear a kilt.
Yeah, but we showed you how to wear it properly.
I'm sorry, us Vikings do not need to wear a knife with our kilts. Just saying.
We wear them with our socks.
No, but my point was trying to be more for Wendy if she ever catch up on whatever's left on the stream is that I got the creative box set stuff that I'm hoping to do something with because we do have the bank holiday here. Camera's broken. Oh, well, camera's not connecting for some reason. I don't think it's broken. But I got back into creative model making, modeling, painting without trying to reveal it too much. And I'm hoping to have some of it painted by next weekend.
Yep. Colin said he's tempted to wonder if it's a bandwidth problem, but then again, his typing is delayed for some reason. I think it might actually be a StreamYard issue. I'm wondering.
I think so too because it's killing my computer completely. I have to literally reboot the entire system and log back in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a StreamYard issue with the connections, but it's a weird one. It could be just to do with something. It could be the provider actually does an update and it's a couple of seconds, but it kicks the connection out. It could be StreamYard does an update, but it's just a weird one. But Colin was saying he's seen various reviews of Tomorrow War, both good and bad. And I was saying I did a review last week. The Tomorrow War, if you want a movie you don't need to think about, it's an okay movie. But if you want it to make sense, it's not a very good movie because it doesn't make sense. However, you can make it make sense if you don't take it as a time travel movie. If you, instead of thinking when they're talking about time travel, think about their change in dimension to another universe.
You see, PJ, I'm going to disagree with you here. It's not a time travel movie. It's a time loop movie. So Groundhog Day is, like you described it before, is a very accurate description. But
no. Groundhog Day was more to do with Boss Level. I'm talking about Tomorrow War. Boss Level is the loop, the Groundhog Day meets John Wick. But Tomorrow War was the one about the white spikes. So the Tomorrow War, if you don't take it as a time travel movie, take it as a alternate dimension, alternate universe movie. So instead of them going back in time to recruit people to come and fight the White Spikes, they have it as you go to an alternate dimension, which Earth is running 30 years behind yours. That way, anything that happens in one doesn't affect the other. So the fact that they've gone back in time, it's not affecting their connection. Jim's connection. It's not affecting their timeline. Hence the reason why people who they only take people who are old. So people who have died prior to their timeline, which means that the people who have died, the multiverse theory from a different branch, yeah. So if they go back in time, then as soon as they've gone back in time, they've changed the future. So their past would have changed because the world would have been prepared for them, and they wouldn't have got caught in the hop and it where, and they wouldn't have a list of all these people dying for nothing. Because the people who have gone into the future and died there, they wouldn't have had a record of them dying in the later than that. So if they'd gone to an alternate dimension, which was running 30 years behind, they couldn't take people who were already alive at the time when the White Spikes or they travelled back, because it could cause an issue with the multiverse. Maybe two people, the same people touching or meeting each other could cause an explosion which could destroy the multiverse. So they've decided to make sure that's why it doesn't happen. That's my theory. If you look at it as a time travel movie, and Jim, we're talking about Tomorrow War, not boss level. So
Okay,
the boss war is Groundhog Day. Tomorrow War is the one where they travel back in time to recruit troops to go into the future to fight the losing war. And I think if you look at it as a multiverse, and it's going jumping a multiverse to a different universe, which so happen running 30 years behind, then it makes a lot more sense, because one will not affect the other, because it's different universes rather than on they go back in time. So I know it's a bit complicated.
I liked your theory that you posited onto it. It's Tomorrow War is very much multi-dimensional. Yes, they do travel, but not in their universe.
Yeah,
because it doesn't make sense if they travel in their universe.
Yeah,
they have to travel.
Because if they travel back in time, then in their timeline they would have already travelled back in time and prepared the world for the White Spikes turning up. So getting people to go there after the fact to try and survive makes zero sense. Whereas preparing the world, and they have fortified positions, they had heavy weapons, they had plenty of them, they had places where they could defend better, had the troops and the world population trained, then they wouldn't have been in the state, and then they would have gone back. So the time travel part doesn't seem to work. Yeah, only time travel. Time Lords have memory issues.
Well, I would say this is also something you come across as someone that has experienced Doctor Who and whatnot. Those kind of storylines where you go like, okay, I went back, I went forth, I went this way, that way, played with this. So, Tomorrow War, switch off your brain, watch it, and love it.
Yeah, there's three ways of looking at it. One, switch off your brain and just enjoy the action, because it's got good action set pieces. The monsters are actually the graphics and stuff.
The monster really prosthetics, whatever it's called, is amazing, because you see CGI monsters and they're tearing up a car and everything. these actually look like they built like a robot costume or something and then painted over with CGI. But why I'm saying that is because when they knock a car to the side, it looks like it's a physical entity in place,
Yeah.
which is
But
what
I
makes them
definitely
more
think
alive.
the Tomorrow War's got three ways of looking at it. The first way is switch your brain off, don't think about what's happening and just enjoy the action. The second one is think about it and it doesn't work, which means it could actually just drag the thing down. The third way is actually anytime they mention time travel, think of dimension jump to a universe that is running 30 years either ahead or behind, depends what way you're going. If you look at it that way, it works a lot better, and all the things that make it senseless work because they don't need to worry about the time paradoxes and stuff like that. So that's the way I would look at it. I would watch it thinking multiverse rather than time travel. Highline's multiverse from his later books. Yeah, it could easily. But that's the way so when I watched it the first time, I watched it without thinking that it was running in the background. I was doing work. So it was something that I wasn't paying attention to. And I enjoyed it because it was good action. There was a sort of story and the CGI and all that was fantastic. When I watched it again to review it, as soon as I actually started watching it properly, I kept going, nope, doesn't work. Nope, that makes no sense. Nope, that is crazy. Nope, that would actually not hurt. Nope, that wouldn't, you wouldn't know this. No. And that's all I kept thinking. Nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So it ruined it and it basically doesn't make sense. And if you think about it, it just does not make sense. After I watched it and I was thinking about it, I thought to myself, the only way it makes sense is if they jump to an alternate universe, thinking they've travelled back in time, but it's just a universe that is running 30 years behind. That way, it works.
I will throw a
spanner in the works. Have I lost you again? Yeah, it looks like he's having issues again. He's going to bounce in a wee minute, but it looks a bit. So I'm going to actually finish off, give it enough 4 minutes just to see if he comes back on. So we can say cheerio. But yes, if you look at the Tomorrow War is a Heinlein multiverse, and it's running 30 years behind, then but go and look at my review. See if it helps, but I will be doing a review, hopefully finish it tomorrow and get it uploaded tomorrow for boss level. If you're wanting something that's fun, you can just switch off and enjoy and even think about it and watch. Yes. Timeless, they addressed the interface problem quite there. So our pilot. See, Time Tunnel and I've met Timeless run, they did two pilots. The first one, that's the one that's set in the building and they go back in time, they come forward and the building's destroyed. It had Keisha, I can't remember her name. I met her at a Comic-Con and I talked to her about it. She was great in it. She played the scientist. Then they redid it, and that was the one when they went back to the First World War. Or they went back because the very first time they went back in time, there was a woman, a man, and two men. One of the guys was black, and the guy says, "I'm not going back there because it's not a great time for." Basically coloured because of the race issues, and they needed to go somewhere. He knew where to go, but the other guy says, "You drive," and he says, "I'll drive," and the guy says, "You can't drive me sitting in the back of the car with a white man driving because it will cause problems." So they addressed issues like that to show how far we've gone on. The other time, the second time they did the pilot, they changed all the characters, so Keisha had disappeared, and they went back in time, and they were in the First World War, 2 women, 2 men, 1 black man, 1 black woman, and they were walking about the First World War trenches as if it was nothing. The women in full military gear, and nobody was meant to notice it and pay attention to it as if it was nothing. That, it took me right out of it, and I didn't like it. However, I do love the Time Tunnel, and I need to rewatch that. I would love to do a stream about Time Tunnel as well, but there's so many things I want to do a stream on, but it's getting the time to actually do it. I'll be 700 years in the past next week, and I'll catch the show in a fortnight. Yeah. So there's Jim back just in time as you go. I've only caught the first season. Yes, Time Tunnel. I love the original Time Tunnel. I do have a copy of it somewhere. Let's try to dig it out. But Jim, you're obviously keep getting kicked. So what we're going to do is end the stream.
Well, we got the usual 5 hours in, but for some reason my computer died at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll finish off there. We'll thank everybody who's watched this tonight. Colin P. Smith, thank you for joining us and joining in the chat. I hope to catch you again. MC, Space Dinosaur. Who else? MC, I've already said. Colin, Space Dinosaur. There's surely more people in the chat than that. I'm sure that there was a couple of names early on. Just actually try to go back, and that's the worst part. But to all who have joined us, thank you. And thank you, Jim, for sticking with us. You're on mute at the moment, but just in case you want to say your cheerios.
My best.
Yeah. And thank you for at least lasting long enough to show us your collection. And the young Indiana Jones. I'm so jealous of that one as well. But thanks, everyone. We'll be doing a stream on Wednesday, my 100 subscriber stream, doing the Talons of Wing Chang, and there'll be a giveaway. So tune in for that. And remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. So I'm going to actually play my outro, see if it's any good, and we will catch you guys on the flip-flop. There is definitely issues with